Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is
Yes,
basic
it
geometry.
is.
I called you a flat
Nice.
earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shush. Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so you...
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree level's horizontal.
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Free for All Friday. So, click on the link, come on into the Discord like usual. Like you all always do. You have a chance to get your say. Otherwise, it's just going to be me rambling. Like always. It's been a good week though. We did the started the philosophy course, which if you haven't already joined that, please do. Click the link. I do have to change some things, yeah, but click on the link in under either of those videos. I'm not too sure whether we'll continue to put them out or not. I don't know. It depends. They might go as members only videos, depending how it goes, how everybody thinks it goes. I thought it went really well. I enjoyed the conversations that I don't think you ever get a chance to have them. There are going to be some more conversations going over the realizing Euclid. I think when we go to the depths of this philosophy, we're talking about metaphysics, and that is what brought me in. Somebody challenged me to prove that level was horizontal. I didn't think I needed to prove it because it's sort of self-evident, but when you get into the metaphysics of it, I mean, there's the question: how do you prove things to yourself? What's it all about? It's just a mental game, but I mean, you have to learn that, I think, anyway. And the realizing Euclid test that me and Spot On and everybody in the Discord server sort of made, well, that was generated because of this metaphysics, a want of knowing what is the true essence of nature, which is, I think, what everybody's meant to be after within this arena. People are meant to be after that sort of thing, but it's really strange that nobody actually wants to talk about it. So that's we're going to be getting down to the real nitty gritty sort of stuff, the conversations that we know people may find challenging. Everybody, you always got to challenge yourself in your thoughts or whatever. Nobody's ever going to be right. It's one of the great things with this philosophy sort of thing. When you're going to this back to the beginnings, the first principles of stuff, there is no right. There is no correct. There is only a discussion about it for you to get yourself to a certain place. Would be much better with other people coming in having the conversation. Unless everybody's happy to listen to me talking, waffling on. So we did have a good week this week.
Yeah, it was a really good week. They can hear me waffle on as well.
Yeah,
they could have heard that in the premieres.
I do like the idea of the metaphysics, because that's what it is. You know, like when it comes down to it, the questions that we've been asking, that's where it's at. These are the, I think they're the questions that can't be answered yet. Certain people like to think that they can answer them, and they've got answers that are there. Some shadow giants handed them answers and they can repeat them back to you. But I mean, that gets you nowhere. Got me nowhere.
Yeah. It's how do you know what you think you know? And do you know what you think you know? What is knowing? We're going to have to go over all of this again, probably again and again.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's all about. It's never going to end, is it? But the more people that come in, the more ideas that other people have, then the closer I think you can get to an understanding.
But is this an exercise in futility? When will we know we know?
I don't know. I mean, as opposed, I'm just talking about as opposed to being stuck in a circular argument that you know isn't even an argument.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
And that's like I think the thing that we decided quite a bit ago was that the negativity that's in there is it's tough, because
stifling.
if you always go to a negative, which I think they did that with science, the modus tollens, right, the black swan, falsification, right, rather than proving to the positive, right, there's a complete switch there in a thought pattern, right, to actually want to prove something rather than to say something else isn't correct. And I think that's where we decided that we go, right, rather than join in the games that everybody else was playing. We decided to how would you prove something to yourself? And it literally was just, how do you prove that level being horizontal is a self-evident truth? How would you do that? How would you go about that? The other guys, right, would have to be able to either falsify that level is horizontal, or to prove that there's some sort of a drop / hump. We've heard neither of those from the other side, and yet we still have a proof for the realizing Euclid test. I mean, there's multiple different tests that you can do to prove reality is something, right? You can always have that logical statement to go along with it. Who's going to say it? If there's always going to be somebody there that says, "Nuh-uh," well, they're obviously not the right people for us to be talking to. I can't see a point in that. And it is, I think, the journey that we've been on to be able to prove something that is a self-evident truth is a journey that I don't think many people go on. In fact, hardly any. Because nobody ever really needs to go on that journey anymore.
No, it's too easy to accept the shadow giants. It's too easy to accept whatever dogma you're presented with, if that's your thing. It's just all too easy.
Mm-hmm.
It takes work. It takes mental work, right, to grapple with these things, to converse with others, to be able to disagree with one another and change one's mind if that's where it leads. No one seems to have the patience for it, the desire for it. I wonder why that is.
Mm.
It didn't used to be that way. Well, maybe it was. I don't know. Was it that way in the ancients? It seems to be like they had seemed to have these discussions, but then they killed Socrates. If you read Plato.
Well, you had Euclides, right? He was there in the thing. Oh, go on. Sorry.
Am I breaking up?
You were loud.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. It always baffles me, like when you read about that, like Plato and Socrates and all that stuff. Like Socrates was like touted as one of the great thinkers. They just killed him off. I mean, when does that ever happen?
Well, it's a story. Like I think Kevin said today.
Right.
Is there any other mention of Socrates anywhere
outside of Plato?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I totally agree with that. I'm just saying, within a story, why would you ever just like, oh, this guy's too smart, we can't have this,
kill him off, right?
Yeah.
In the story. Yeah.
Asking the wrong questions.
Yeah, that's something that you probably want to discuss. Like it's the same kind of thing with Jesus, if you want to consider Jesus a philosopher, right? Same sort of thing. saying some pretty dangerous things. I know. Let's put him on a cross.
Mm-hmm.
that's a really good. That's a good idea. Let's
Make
do
a
that.
spectacle of him.
Yeah.
We really can't accept more than the words that the supposed philosopher spoke. They could put any name to those words they want to create the character.
Sure.
But the words are the only thing that's really here for us to determine truth or falsity behind them, right?
I think the point of the philosophers is that it strikes a true chord with you. Within you, there will be something, some philosopher or something that resonates with you within the words. And that's what you grab hold of, right? You take that all in, but do you take it in because you've been fed images to be able to accept that sort of thing, or is it naturally ring true, right?
And are you just going to follow that specific philosopher from that point on because that quote or whatever you originally read resonated with you?
Mm-hmm.
That happens to a lot of us, and we tend to just go along with that instead of searching out contemporaries of his or her time to see if there's agreement or disagreement there, or if there's another avenue to follow.
Or talking about it amongst one another to see if there's
Exactly.
agreement or disagreement with it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Great point, John. Rob, you came off of mute. Did you want to say something? No pressure, Rob. I heard you got.
Yes, I did.
I heard you got the Model A working, or Model T, whatever you're working on.
It's free for all Fridays.
It is. Feel free.
So I was hoping as soon as I got this wiring cleaned up here, if you guys would like to see a demonstration of me driving this thing.
Okay, dope. Yeah. Go on a tour around the
parking lot.
Yeah.
It'll be in a little bit here. I got some work to do, and my Mac tool guy just showed up. He's gonna want money, and he's gonna want to see it run. But I will get back to you guys shortly.
Are you gonna burn rubber and do donuts and shit like that?
This thing will not burn rubber.
I was gonna say I didn't think it would,
but it definitely will move.
Nice.
When you guys see how fast this thing starts for a 100-year-old motor, and it just fires up like it's a brand new car. This thing's freaking crazy. Anyways, I gotta get
is it like a crank start, Rob?
Yeah, it is a crank start, flathead motor.
Okay.
It's so crazy, but I'll get back to you guys shortly.
Cool.
Thank you for the acknowledgement.
There's what Rob just proved is that there is value in the old.
Yeah.
There you go.
Rob's our resident pimp my ride guy. He's just still working on her.
Yeah. Here's I don't know. Did anybody else have any thoughts? Because there's an interesting topic churning in the YouTube.
What if Jesus was the philosophy?
Nope. That's also interesting. But I'm thinking Ian Adams says makes the statement AI will take over thinking. What do you guys think of that?
Google has already took over thinking.
And Jeff says Google has already took over the thinking.
For other people already, yes. I think, yeah. That it's not strange that the name of the channel is Try Thinking. Because that's what I knew was lacking. To me, it was the thinking part of it. But, I mean, it's now become pretty obvious that it is the logic. Logic has not been taught, and that's been taken away. The thought process. It's the challenge. Sorting out puzzles and things like that. If you don't like that, you're not going to get into logic, I don't think. Because there is a mental process that you have to go through. Much easier for people to Google answers than rationalize shit for themselves. But I don't know. The only way I'm going to know is if more people come in and talk to us about this sort of things. Anyone else got any opinions?
What do you think about the AI thing?
I've kept away from chat, whatever it is.
Chat
GPT, yeah.
Or the Bing. There's a Bing chat as well, as I
Is there?
understand it.
No. I've never...
Me either. I've never... Anyone? I know there
What
have
is
been
AI? What is AI?
Well, AI stands for artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I know what it
What is
stands for, but what is it?
I don't know. I have no idea. Do you know what it is?
Are you saying it's something that thinks on its own?
I think that's what some people think.
It answers questions.
It's
It
able
will
to
answer
generate
questions.
responses based on information it's been fed, or does it pick these responses itself based on the form of a question? I mean, I don't know. What's AI? Yeah, but I agree. It does answer a lot of questions instead of people looking at things themselves. I agree with you there. They go to AI for the answers, whatever AI is. Is it something that stands on its own and regenerates itself, or is it constantly being fed by man?
Well, what I watched just recently was the people asking the chatbot questions and then asking it the opposite questions, and it doesn't know what the answers are. I mean, fuzzy logic has been already incorporated within the computer systems.
It has no choice but to have fuzzy logic because the human beings that programmed it
gave it fuzzy logic within the programming. Yeah, they literally made fuzzy logic to program computers, because if you had computers telling the truth, they couldn't have that. It wouldn't work. It would never work if computers could only tell the truth.
Oh, what a world it would be. Wow.
But now people have been allowed...
No one would have access to them if that was the case.
Yeah, well, now everybody's been allowed to incorporate questions and sort of conversations with an AI unit. You think about all of those questions that have gone into that program already. It knows all of the questions that people ask.
And I know for certain I've spotted commercials on the television that they're supposed to be people, but I can't accept them as people. It's something that's AI generated or whatever, but it's not people. For sure, real people. In my opinion, on certain things that I've seen, I said, no way these are real people. So how much of what we take in is being generated that way?
It's whether or not there can be any additional free thought. I think, like, will it ever get to the point where it knows so much that it can think for itself? I mean, because otherwise it's all been programmed.
Right.
That's it.
For me, this is just a program. So it's going along some pattern or function or whatever, but this is not thinking.
Well, some people have claimed that it's not Chat GPT, I don't think, but there's another AI that somebody was saying, I can't remember now. It was in some YouTube video that I saw that made the claim that an AI started to quote think and was actually saying that it was lonely. It was lonely and it was dark and lonely or some crap like that. But then I think to myself, how the hell do I know there's not somebody behind that thing just typing that in there?
Yeah, the story
right?
That goes out, that somebody writes the thing, the reporter. I mean, that's a nice thing. I mean, could they have interpreted it a bit differently?
Right.
It reminds me, this Stephen Hawking's.
Yes,
this guy.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going, paper.
Yeah. Typing his answers through allegedly his muscle motions or whatever. So,
did you guys see the movie Ex Machina?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
I didn't.
So, what do you think of that?
So, well, you'd have to give the premise for the people that haven't seen it
Why?
if you can.
Yeah, I don't know who hasn't seen it, but anyways, you know,
I didn't. I didn't.
You did. Okay, it's an AI generated. Somebody created a robot with artificial intelligence that's capable of mimicking the human mind. Okay, and this guy who created this brings in a student. I guess one of the top students in internet technology or whatever his real function is. I don't remember, to do a Turing test. That's the correct terminology, right, Kevin? He does a Turing test on this robot to determine if he can pick out whether it's really mimicking a human or determine if it's human or if it's a robot, I guess is what he's supposed to do. But it's an amazing movie, the way it goes. But am I right on what I've said so far, Kevin?
Yeah, I think so. I think the rest of the premise is the guy fall for the robot? Like it
guy
has
doing the Turing
female
test
characteristics
does.
or
Yeah,
something.
I
Yeah.
fell for the robot.
Yeah.
Watching the movie.
John fell for the AI robot in the movie.
She was gorgeous. Are you kidding me?
Isn't that somewhat
Do you guys
like?
remember the end? Hey, hang on. Do you remember the end of that movie though?
Yeah, say it, Rob. Go ahead. You're not going to blow it for. No, I don't think anybody's going to go out and watch it. Spoiler alert for those
The dude that falls for the robot is a robot himself.
There you go. So
what? I didn't see that at the end of the movie.
Come on. All right. Twists. Nonetheless, this idea of AI, right? There's people. Skynet's out there. Ian's putting Skynet. Skynet's coming. I mean, that's a Terminator thing. You know, I would say Skynet already exists in some way. It was a military thing, right? In that movie, that was they ran all of the compute. The AI ended up running all the militaries, and then it started a world war because humans bad. It doesn't really end. Anybody know of any stories or movies or anything where it ends well? The AI thing.
It's the movies, isn't it?
What? Where they
movies,
get married? You mean like a happy ending?
I'm just saying.
I would say that message is beware. So I would say that this will be maybe a new threat. And after Bill Gates' story, now we have Elon Musk's story. So I would say that this would be that. This is his realm, I think.
But as Bev says, right, it's a movie.
Short circuit.
And the lyrics of the song in the year 2525.
C3PO.
It pretty much mimics what's going on.
Batteries not included.
So we do have a couple of good. I don't know that it worked out really well for R2 and C3PO, but maybe I guess. So there's a couple of examples of AI working out well. To Bev's point, though, right? It's they're movies. So what's the message? Fear porn? Is it a warning or is it just fear porn?
I would say warning and ideology also. So, for example, first time when robot was treated like human, it was, I think, in Star Wars on big scale. But at the same time, people are dehumanized. So this is dehumanization of people and the humanization of robots here. I think this general theme or tune. I think.
They usually try to portray the human as the bad guy in a lot of these. Well, obviously the human is creating the robots, right? So.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I interrupted Emma, I think.
Oh yeah, sorry, Emma.
No, it's all right. I was just going to make some comment about batteries not included, but it's long gone. It's fine.
It's been a while since I've watched any movies or anything, really. I think probably since coming to this arena, I've not watched any TV.
Don't
or
worry,
anything.
you're not missing anything, mate.
Yeah.
I've dabbled, and it's like, oh my, my wife judges a film by how many minutes I can sit through it.
She watches
Oh, you
films
did
all
well.
the time.
You did well. You did well on that one. You got to 12 minutes.
You should go back and watch the older movies. That's what I do.
Yeah, those are
Like-
definitely better, for sure.
Yeah, the
I
older
do as well.
classics. Especially like Batteries Not Included. I mean, that's shown every Christmas, I think, in the UK, isn't it?
Without fail.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I don't class those. I don't class those as AI. I class them as real living little beings. But that's just because I'm a girl. Sorry.
Yeah, say welcome everyone, new people in the chat. We did say earlier on this week that the moment that we started moving away from the ridiculous arena that we have been in, that there will be we're a more, what do you say, niche thing. I don't think many people can actually join this sort
We're more
of thing.
of a select.
Yeah,
we're more of a
that's better.
select group. Yes, we're more of an acquired taste, kind of.
I like
Yeah,
that.
I will agree with that.
For the mature palate.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like it. I like it.
Exactly. Yes.
Well put.
And
if anyone in
has
the
shown.
if anyone in the chat has any topics, because it's free for all Friday, we'll talk about
There's
whatever.
been a lot of scary space news
We're
going
gonna
on
end up
on
talking
Main
about this
Street.
1930 Ford Model A soon. I'm just putting the floorboards in, and then I'm taking it for a drive.
Oh,
Nice. All right,
Okay.
let us know.
Yeah.
Sorry, John. What'd you say?
I'm just saying, there's been a lot of scary space news in the headlines recently, hasn't there been?
Has there?
Oh, what?
know.
The core?
I mean,
Something
the
to do with
sun.
core?
I mean, hasn't it released some major CMEs or something? I saw a headline or something like that. You know, it's supposed to not. I heard it was supposed to knock out power and all this stuff. Because when the headlines come up when I turn my computer on, you know, they have the news feed, and I just quickly click through those to see what they're saying. And yeah, there's a lot of. And the Earth's core is supposed to stop rotating and stuff. Didn't they say that as well?
No way.
Get
We're
out.
all gonna
Seriously?
die again.
Stop.
Yeah.
Like as
Yeah.
though it's not
It's just-
there, not measurable, not moving, stationary.
Say it's not so.
No way.
No.
Impossible.
They said
Well,
it
that-
started
I
spinning
didn't
the
read
other way.
articles. I just looked at the headlines. So.
It said it started spinning the other way.
Oh yeah, I think there's another one that says one layer is spinning in one direction, the other layer is spinning in the other direction, or something like that. Now,
You know what that means. Whoever's on the one layer, time goes the other way from the people on the other layers. Superman proved that point years ago.
I now have an answer as to why I've been feeling really dizzy lately.
Yeah, it could be Emma.
Yep. Talk of globe proves globe.
It's not your labyrinthitis. Don't worry.
Or your vertigo. No, it's the core has actually stopped, changed direction. So
About 5 minutes ago.
yeah, did you know? You must have felt that one.
I thought I had indigestion. Oh, that's what it was.
Well, that's what it was. Yeah.
oh, Kevin, did you hear that we had an earthquake around here recently, a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I did not hear that. My parents didn't say anything about. My family didn't say anything about it. But
I
I'm not
slept
surprised
through it.
because there's a major fault line that hardly anybody knows about that goes right through New York
That's
State.
what they claim. I've heard that a long time ago.
That's what
I
they
don't really
say.
believe it.
I don't even know what a fault line is, but
Yeah, I don't know what a fault line is either. But
that's what they
I
say.
didn't feel it. I mean, my neighbors had said they all felt that shit was shaking and stuff. I didn't feel a thing. I slept through it, but
We even have earthquakes in England, so
Yeah, I felt one once.
I've never had.
The door
I
was
could make a joke about that,
slightly
but I won't.
ajar, and it was started tapping itself.
Mm.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever been through? I have been through a real, like a bona fide earthquake. Is anybody else?
Nope.
Yeah, there.
Where were you when this happened?
In San Diego.
San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes I wonder when people feel this stuff, are they building underground tunnels? Because you know they do.
Perhaps, Rob, you said you have been?
Writing it off as an earthquake in your area when they're digging tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
I have a story about my earthquake.
Go on.
So I was working on a big 3500 Chevy van, and I was inside the van, and I thought somebody was like rocking the van, but there was nobody around. And then they all told me there was an
They all said it
earthquake.
was
I
an
was like,
earthquake.
that's why the van was
accompanied
rocking.
it, or
Oh.
was it just pure?
Did you
spirit?
have a sign on the outside of the van? If the van is a rocking, don't come knocking.
I was by myself.
Okay.
No, never mind. I'm
That
gonna
makes it
forget
sound
that I
even
told that
worse.
story. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta get back to work.
That definitely happened though.
Mike in the chat's actually saying, yeah, we had an earthquake here in Wales recently, and it's been in the last couple of weeks. I think it was South Wales, like a 3.4.
It's probably fracking, isn't it? Are they doing that?
Could be that too.
I could make a really rude joke about Wales, but I won't. Mike probably knows what I would say.
There's a lot of mining gone on in Wales, though. I mean, they've literally moved mountains for slate, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they said anyway.
They keep moving all this material everywhere. Maybe that's what's moving everything around. Maybe that's
Shifting the mass.
You know what they've done that's really no one talks about? In order to make cement and stuff, they need a certain type of sand. Now you'd think, okay, no problem, just go to the desert. There's plenty of sand there, right? Well, no, that's not the sand they need. The crystals are not correct, apparently. So the sand that they do is they get it from the ocean, and they're like dredging the oceans of this stuff. And it's a serious problem, apparently.
It's a serious problem that they're dredging the oceans, or a serious problem that they don't have the kind of sand that they need?
I think a little bit of both. We're running out of sand to build, and what is it doing environmentally? Like all that shifting of material, right?
Did you mean it was like concrete, or like because the cement and the sand thing? Because they're dredging to build
If I
the
remember
sand,
correctly,
the building sand, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen it in Sri Lanka where they're out in locally just for their own and they sent there were literally two young lads on a quite a small boat, and they swim down with a bucket and come up with a bucket of bloody material, or they fill it up obviously with a rope, but and that's what they're doing. They were filling the boat up with aggregate so they can build from the middle of the river. It's like
crazy, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
now imagine those
scale,
huge dredgers.
Yeah.
So, all right, Emma.
Mike has
said,
yes.
Yeah, Mike has said. All right, so I got to read this. I just have to read this because I understand the words. They are English words. I get it, but I have no clue what this means at all.
Okay, let me give you some context. So back when I said I could make a joke about Wales and the earthquakes and things, okay, I had in my mind, as Mike has joked about now, sheep. Okay, so now, go ahead, read Mike's out.
So Mike says, only in Wales can you get a good hot pot.
That's a stew, right? Meat,
okay, thank you.
Food.
All right, a decent jumper.
Wool.
And a shag from the same animal.
Involves wearing wellies.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Wow. I needed the translation. I appreciate that. Wales to English translation. Thank you.
It's a joke between like English and
That's
Welsh, Scottish, and
Well, actually,
yeah.
the area that we are from, that's what we get called.
Do you?
By the Scousers, yeah.
What, the SS?
Well, it's the Woolly-backs, isn't it? The
Can we talk about Scousers for a second?
yeah.
Yeah, no, you have to. Sorry.
How do you understand the word
Scousers.
they say?
What's a Scousers? What's a
It's a
Scouser?
Scouser.
Yeah.
The way they use their R's and stuff. Oh my goodness.
People from
Have you
Liverpool
ever heard of that
in the UK.
UFC fighter Paddy Pimblett?
Yep.
Yeah, he's
That's
brilliant.
a Scouser, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you understand half the shit he says?
Well, that's where my son lives, so.
I like the accent. I like the Scouse accent. But I understand what you were saying, Rob. Some of the different dialects and accents in the UK, sometimes they can get a bit thick. And if you went to the tiny little villages where people still talk out in the middle of the countryside, all across the UK, Scotland, Wales, you wouldn't be able to understand them. I think it's the same everywhere. Are you being Scousist anyway, Rob?
He just can't understand it. It's like the Irish.
No, the Irish are fine. It's a really thick, everybody must have heard of Rab C. Nesbitt.
The Scottish guys, yeah.
I couldn't ever watch that because I honestly couldn't understand. I maybe understood one word in 3 sentences.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like in America, but the regional dialects in the UK are, I don't know, you don't have to drive too far before they're talking completely different.
Yeah, that's interesting because you do have to drive a ways.
Yeah.
Like in the Northeast, like where I grew up and John grew up, you can tell because, and I would say like Toronto and Canada, all that, the Great Lakes region, very nasally. You have like the dialect is because like nasally, more nose in the dialect, and then you get down south. Of course, you have the southern drawls, but you have to travel a long way to get it different.
Yeah, unless it's a different nationality, you're right, Kevin. You're right. But I love the southern draws. I love living in Texas.
But it is interesting in the UK with such a relatively small country that with the dialects that are so different. I actually saw a YouTube video, was it yesterday or the day before, explaining that part of the dialect difference in the UK is because of the language sets that came from mainland Europe with the Germanic tribes, I guess, but then there was also the Vikings when they had.
No, you must have got that wrong. The British were here first. We conquered everything. We ruled everything. What are you on about?
Yeah, we went everywhere. We populated everywhere.
No.
Somehow.
Sorry,
yeah,
but I don't think so.
In our little boats.
Yeah.
Your little boats.
Ferry
boats. In the dinghies.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually Armstrong. It was a British dude. They just said it was Armstrong.
Yeah, I knew it.
We run this
Do you
shit.
think the accents like came from the clans? Like it must have been a small group that managed to talk in a fashion that continued so long it became ingrained. So much so that it was different than the neighbour. I find fascinating that.
If you ever go to Nova Scotia, you won't understand a single word that they're telling you. I certainly don't. And they're right next door to me. Anybody ever go to Nova Scotia?
Yep.
Is that a different language though?
What
is
it
that
is?
They speak in English.
Is that
I
Oak
didn't know-
Island?
I don't remember that being the case either. I didn't spend much time there.
Well, I mean, not in the cities, right? But I've heard some people, like the ones that live next to the ocean and stuff.
Yeah.
And you hear them talking. I couldn't understand a single word.
That's like New Scotland, isn't it? Nova Scotia.
Oh, it's in Canada.
Canada, yeah.
Yeah. The actual original word. Does that mean New Scotland?
Probably,
Go
yeah.
back to the-
This
yeah.
was all English. Yeah, it was all the English that
Is
came up here. Yeah.
is Nova Scotia where Oak Island is?
I'm
Yes,
not
that is.
Is it?
Yeah, it is
Yes.
in
Yeah,
that. It is
yeah.
in
Yeah.
that
area, yeah.
that area. Yes, but it is closer to. It's closer to the mainland, so it's not. I think SE's talking about like way up north and east in Nova Scotia.
It's not
Yes.
along
Very
from
they're
Maine
very
by boat.
different dialects.
I'm not putting them down or anything. It's just that you think they're speaking English, but it's completely different. Like, I guess certain accents in where you guys are from.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
What about Australia then? Because there were obviously the peoples that were there, and then everyone that came after. But all those people were, came forth with all their different languages and accents, all to combine what is today the English language in an accent of the Australian.
Don't they all have the similar accent there, or do they have regional?
Yeah.
Like here.
Well, I didn't think so. There was some stronger than others, but that's generally for the amount of time they've been there. The longer you're there, the more Australian you talk.
Well, I think they would say that. Well, I know for a fact because I work with some people that are in Australia, and the guy that I work with has said that you wouldn't think it, but between Australia and New Zealand, there are dialect differences, even though most people couldn't tell the difference between a person speaking English from Australia and speaking English from New Zealand. But they're different. He says they're different. I guess it's because every region has its own dialect, kind of, right?
There must do. But I travelled around Australia, and I can't remember, a long time ago, and I can't remember there was any change really. It was just, "G'day, mate."
Pretty good there.
Yeah, just that was. It was so similar, I think. I mean, yeah, if there are any people from Australia out there listening,
Yeah, like
just
it's not like
let me know.
It's not like English, Scottish, Welsh.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right, what else?
Where did they stem from? Yeah, we can move on yet.
Oh, yeah, it got quiet there for a second. I was uncomfortable with the silence.
Well, we're on Fantasy Fridays, right? Free for all
And
Fridays.
we're not all as quick as you, Kevin, either. So takes me a little bit longer, mate.
So somebody brought up the core, right? The core of the Earth, rotating that nonsense.
We're stopping to rotate.
Some people call it nonsense, yes.
Well, I got some big nonsense for you guys. News bulletin, flash nonsense. Have you guys heard of the 6 galaxies, super galaxies that they discovered?
Well, they've got
Just
a new.
the 6.
They've got a new camera out there, haven't they? Put a new lens on it.
Yeah, shined it up, polished it. Sorry, I gotta take a call. Guys.
Oh, I wanted to ask, what's a super galaxy?
Super. It's like a galaxy, just super. Probably.
Yeah, but what does the super bit mean?
Imagine a circle.
Bigger.
Better.
Yeah, imagine a circle, Now imagine a great circle. Well, much the same as a galaxy and a super galaxy.
It's a scale thing.
No, it's just. I think it's just a matter of
thing.
important. Yeah, that's it. It's
the importance, right?
It's like a sphericalizing quality.
Does it wear a cape?
I think I might have heard something about that they said 2 galaxies were coming together, maybe to create the super galaxy.
Oh.
Well, of course.
A union of galaxies.
Well, I'm back, I can tell you.
Well, hang on a second,
Is that when 2 worlds collide?
because we're thinking about this now. So, yeah, but if 2 galaxies come together, wouldn't they create a baby third galaxy and not necessarily a super galaxy?
Exactly.
I need the rules on all these things.
Why did they not?
In time, not instantly. Give them chance. Maybe, I mean, come on, they've only just got together.
They're just morphed into one at the moment. I suppose they could be stuck together.
How do they know? Have they seen one before? Or is it the first one?
They might be studying it. They might be watching it right now to see what happens.
Well, think of a man, spot on, and then think of a Superman.
Yeah. I'd love that job, wouldn't you? Just waiting for it.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that for us, will you?
Yeah. 50 grand, 60, 100 grand. Oh, no, probably more like 200 grand to do that.
How long do they usually take to form?
Oh, very, very long time.
We are talking super here.
Well, put it this way. Let's say it in English, right? They were expecting to find a 5-year-old, but they found a teenager. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when they were looking.
When they were looking for their son. Their teenager's missing. They're looking, but all of a sudden, it's not a teenager. It's like, I mean, sorry, they were looking for their 5-year-old, but what they found was a teenager.
Well, that's always the way it is with children, isn't it? I mean, you turn around and suddenly they're grown, just like that. I mean, our granddaughter's, she's so big right now. It's like, that's what happens. You turn away for a minute, Essie, and that's what happens.
No, they've been keeping an eye on a certain area, and they've got the new lens, polished it all up, and now they're like, whoa, look at that.
Yeah.
So that's what it was.
Go on.
Yeah. Well, look.
Well, there's one behind the other, I was going to say. There's one behind that other one, look.
No, look, their fantasy states that it's like there's a big bang, right? And there's a certain evolutionary chain, right? Like you're born, you're 1 year old, you're 2 years old, you're 3, and so on and so forth, right?
Yes, it's been well documented in our
very well documented.
Yeah, in recent history.
Yes. So now what happens is they look where they think the 5-year-old galaxy should be, right? And guess what? Now it's a teenager. So their whole theory of their fantasy cosmology is all wrong. The Big Bang theory is bye-bye. They're calling it the Big Bang breaker.
Oh, come on, Essie. There's not been enough time for them to even do that. I mean, in the scale that they're talking about, there's no way that they could have possibly done it unless they can look back, right? Because this is one of the ridiculous fucking things. You can time travel through sight. You can look back by looking at the lights in the sky further in time, because light travels, right? So if you can look before the light even gets here, then you're looking back in time. And that's what they pretend that they're doing. But I mean, where are they looking?
Yeah. You have to suspend all normal processes of thought.
Well, it must have come from somewhere, right? If there was a beginning, logically thinking, right? If there was a beginning, there would be somewhere that was the origin. But that's not what they say.
Nope.
It's all around. You should be able to be traveling in one direction, and one way should be like where you're going, and the other way is where you've been. So therefore, light would change either side. If light did that, there would be a bit where the light was and a bit where the light isn't.
That's right.
It's crazy. Yep. It's impossible. But I mean, that proves globe. Has to be.
It has to be, yeah. That's why I prefaced it with in their fantasy. Yeah. But even in their fantasy, it disproves it's like their fantasy gets disproven in their own fantasy.
Well, no, I think it, technically speaking, it would be your fantasy, wouldn't it? It's
not mine.
They imagine, yeah, no, they imagine it's real. So the moment that you're imagining, you know, knowing it's a fantasy, you know it's a fantasy. But there's a lot of people, it's very real. It's emotionally, they can get emotionally attached to it.
Oh, yeah, insult you and everything. Call you dirty names and, yeah, insult your family and all kinds. Yeah.
And to other people, it's just ridiculous loads of shit. You've got to take both sides, yeah. You've got to have both sides of it nowadays. Show the equality, right? So there are some people that treat this thing as a religious sort of thing that's been handed down to them.
From the priests?
Yeah, from the priests, yeah. The Big Bang Theory, where everything came from nothing. It's a bit like Euclid. I would like to relate it to Euclid.
In this case, it is an actual priest that gave it to them. That's the funny thing about it.
It is the funny thing, isn't it?
Lemaitre was his name. Yeah, one of them.
The meter.
The meter came from Lemaitre.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Get that.
Of course it did.
Yes, indeed.
Imagine an atheist getting a story from a religious person and believing that religious story is a scientific story.
Has to be. Has to be.
Yeah. But fighting against the church, like being an atheist. Most of them are atheists, right? So they have a story from a priest, which they fight for as their own. You can't make this stuff up.
It is globe, though.
Yeah, has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be.
So what do you think they're going to do now? Something in their own paradigm.
Everybody has their own.
No, but there's going to be an official story which they must follow. This is how it works.
Yeah, they're going to have to fit it into their paracosm, right? So many ways of incorporating it.
Yeah, but I don't think so, Essie. They'll have to follow it, I guess, to a certain extent. But just like all religions, right? They have their own sects. You know what I'm saying? You have the in Christianity, you have the Catholics, you have the Protestants, you have the Baptists, you have the United Methodists, the Free Method. I mean, you have all these different, same thing in the world of that world. It'll all follow we all believe in Christ, that thing. We all, tis globe, of course.
Oh, it's still going to be this globe, but
we'll tie the mantra together somehow.
Yeah, I'm curious what patch they're going to put on it, because I liken this to a bicycle tire. Their model is like a bicycle tire. Is a problem? They put a patch, right?
Yeah,
and then another patch, and then another patch. Now I'm wondering what this patch is going to be.
Guarantee you won't be able to see it. Measure it.
Well, they already have dark matter, dark energy, dark fluid. It's going to be dark something else, I think. What else can they darken?
Have they found any of that stuff in the dark?
Negative.
Black holes. Negative energy.
Fucking looking into black. Oh, what can you see? Nothing, just black.
Can you smell it? No. Can you taste it? No. Can you see it? No. How about, okay, I know. Can you measure it? No. Then
Build
how
a
do you know
dogma
it's
around
there?
it. Nope.
That's
Nope.
dark matter, that
Next
is.
step is build a dogma around it. That's the next step.
Yeah.
I posited a question in the YouTube chat. Could a black hole transition to a galaxy? Trans galaxy.
Well, you have to refer to it as they, them, then. Yeah, the stuff that they come up with it's just amazing. And they auto believe it. They just auto believe it, whatever they're told.
Well, I heard on the radio station that a rocket has been sent out to hit an asteroid, and it actually hit it and broke a piece off and made the asteroid take a diversion. That was midweek.
Did it slow it?
Telling
Did
us
I
that
hear
our
it on
fucking
Twitter? It slowed
electric
it
bills are
down.
gonna get...
Or it took 30 minutes or 30 seconds off its orbit or something like that, I think they said.
33, I think.
Yeah, 33 minutes off it, yeah.
Oh, they didn't say anything like that. No, they literally just chucked it at the back of a load of really bad shit that's happening, and they're just like, "But we're gonna get the asteroid." That's what it was like.
Yeah, I've got one here. This might be what you're talking about. I'll put it in the live chat.
Yeah, I think I seen it in one of your memes or something that you had posted. Yeah.
No, this one's a new one. This one's Amazing Astronomy. See, is that the one? Is that super?
I don't know.
That looks a bit super, doesn't it?
Like I say, the super.
This does look like a
SMMJ 2135-0102.
Can anyone work that code out?
Yeah.
The ones I'm talking about.
It started off AAAAA 11111-0001. And then that's how many they've got to now. Official story. Lots of them.
Wow. The one I'm talking about, they come in a 6-pack. Like, you buy a 6-pack of beer, 6 super galaxies, super duper galaxies. Now, most people think that that's the actual colors and that's the actual... It's not. You know that, right? This is all added in stuff.
No way. Get colour telescopes. You must be using the wrong ones, Essie.
I got the black and white one.
Have you been stacking again? Look at this is I don't know. I'll put it in the live lounge. Live lounge in the live chat. That's what happens if you turn that on its side. It looks like octopus or something. That's what I'm getting off it. Or face. Just did a Captain Caveman on it.
Don't give him any ideas.
It looks like a pattern on a bathroom tile to me. An old 70s bathroom tile.
It's an angelic spider.
Of course it is.
Just looks like a fire. And they've just messed around with some colours.
Fancy
Looks like a
art.
time flow.
Time Tunnel to me. Anybody remember old enough to remember that show, The Time Tunnel? That's what it looks like to me, like walking into the time tunnel.
Don't look at it too long. In fact, I'll delete mine. So, SE, have you ever done any of this photography? You know, when you're into your, astronomy or whatever.
No, not this kind. I just posted the 6 said galaxies that are supposed to be the Big Bang killers. There you go.
Is this in 1950 something?
No, this is now with the James Webb Telescope, supposedly.
Looks like one of my old Atari games.
Shoot the aliens. So even in their own paradigm, they found these 6 monsters, what they're calling them, where they shouldn't be, and they have no explanation for it. In their own words, they have no explanation for this. So even in their own fantasy,
They just look like little dots of light.
well, those are
Come on,
super
John.
galaxies,
I mean,
sir.
you monsters? I'm not seeing any monsters here.
Yeah.
So is that red
You have
thing
to use your
above?
imagination, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the red, like the picture above, the really colourful one? Is that the red dot in one of those pictures?
Yeah, each one of those dots, the red ones, is a
one of
super
them.
galaxy that they're saying.
Is that's redshift though, right? Redshift and blue shift. You can tell that one of them's moving away from you and one of them's moving towards you because of the color. That's
what they say. Yeah.
It's a fancy thing
Red
about
going away,
light.
blue coming towards, isn't it?
Oh, Captain's on it.
Oh my god, that's brilliant!
Look at that,
I
man.
like that. That's a quality animal, isn't it?
That looks like a
Centipede.
freaking monster.
Cat.
It looks like a wasp or something coming to attack you. Like,
So what? That is quality. That I must admit.
yeah. So this is the story. This is what they peddle. This is what they get millions of dollars for. They have fancy titles. They take pictures like that and they make up stories.
Hmm.
I wish I had that job.
That's the best they've got. Are people aware of this?
Is it a picture or is it data that is then transmitted and interpreted into a picture?
Yeah, I think it's data. Yeah, I think it's infrared. I'm not sure on this one, so I don't want to say for sure, but
Cameras in space.
yeah.
Is that a film?
I think it's a Polaroid, Ektachrome.
Well, there are no
Oh.
cameras in space, so these have to be ground-based photos if they're photos of something up there or from an airplane or something. From Sophia.
Nah.
Yeah.
Most
You
probably
remember the old
knowing that.
Polaroids where it comes out the side and they just all drop down and they just land? No, sorry, that's it.
Oh no worries, bro. I was gonna say if it's the James Webb, if I remember correctly, I think it's infrared that it views in their fantasy story. So we're supposed to believe now there's something 1,000,000 miles away, orbiting on nothing in space, which they call a Lagrange point. So we have something 1 million miles away orbiting nothing that took these pictures.
Really?
For reals. Of course, I don't believe a word of it, but yeah, since it's free for all Friday, and we were talking about the Earth Center.
Get these
Oh, look
things
at that.
cleared up. Get some clarification on this thing. What else have you got? Let's see. Anything else?
Yeah, do you want to hear another fanciful story that I heard this week?
Yeah, I haven't seen this week, have I?
Somebody told me that you can target a mirage.
What do you mean by target?
Like if you have a weapon, you know, like a rocket, for example, and you have a pencil beam radar, you know, those fancy weapon acquisition systems. This is a line of sight radar that the Navy uses. And they think that you can target a mirage, basically, with it.
Oh yeah, I think I
How does a laser bounce off a mirage?
come across it before.
Like line of sight, everybody understands what line of sight means, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure everybody understands a certain weapon needs to see that signal, let's say. Think of it as, you know, when you shine a laser and it illuminates the floor and the cat follows it. That's how this missile works. So it sees the radar painted on the target and it follows it. So somehow they were saying, well, it doesn't matter because it can hit like basically a mirage. Like you can target a non-actual thing. Yeah.
Who was actually saying that? I mean,
Well, one of them was Posho. Yeah.
All right.
People like that.
I've been hearing that they're adding up numbers. It's the new hot thing for a little bit, isn't it?
Oh, the latest one is, are you referring to the mountain angle?
Just see, yeah, they're just adding up numbers to see whether they can get to 180 or not.
Or less.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. More or less, yeah. Yeah, that is a hot topic now. Yeah.
Not like it's been something we've been saying for ages. Triangles only have 180 degrees, right?
Uh-huh.
We did go
trying
over
to find
it.
one that isn't is a bit like trying to find dark matter, I should think.
Well, it's like, where do you... We went over it on that course. It's like, how do you prove... where is the proof of a triangle having 180 degrees? Does it exist from adding numbers up? How many numbers do you have to add up to be able to prove that triangles have 180
just the
degrees?
triangle. 3 straight sides.
Does adding some numbers up and getting not 180 degrees prove that a triangle doesn't have 180 degrees? Or does it prove it's not a triangle? What's the idea of the thing? I find it amazing that they've found somebody to play the game They've been trying for years to get us to play that game. Now they have got somebody to play the game with them. Adding up numbers game. Sure,
From
and certain
mountaintop.
proof, yes.
From mountaintops.
Well, no. just numbers wrote down in the 1800s. It's nothing
Well, they
to
don't
do
even
with
have numbers. They don't have numbers.
Yeah, they do.
They have
The
estimates.
surveying logs.
Yeah, they've got those sheets of paper, right? I've seen them
Oh,
all.
you mean the actual? Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about their mountain measuring angle stuff. It's all estimates, and when you ask them where's the actual measurements, they don't have any, and they admit they haven't been published.
That's what I mean. They've just got numbers that they're all adding up.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, like one of the, I don't know whether you call that like a society type argument where we're just going to add up numbers of triangles to make triangles of either more or less than 180 degrees when nobody's actually talking about the where the proof of a triangle comes from and whether you can actually prove that a triangle doesn't have 180 degrees. Or whether it could have, or maybe, I don't know. What is the argument? I don't know. Like, who can add
The
up
argument
numbers?
is simple.
Prove it doesn't.
No, even their own argument fails. Their argument is all the triangles are more than 180. So this globe.
Yeah, but I mean but then somebody else can go, hey, I've added these numbers up here and I don't get 180 degrees. So, ha ha ha, I've proved you wrong. Rather than just saying, you know, there is a proof that triangles only have 180, you know?
Yeah, and the guy in the middle of all that going, oh,
why would you use that kind of logic now? Come on. But the irony, the funny thing here is, even in their own numbers, they have 16 angles that either show greater than or less than 180. How'd you like that? So even in their own numbers, there's a fault.
And the fault proves the globe.
This globe, yeah. It always equals this globe at the end. Yep.
Well, I think where we're at here is we're talking about perpendiculars and horizontal and vertical being perpendicular and the problem that they had with that. Well, strangely enough, perpendiculars have 180 degrees too. And half a circle. Strange that they're all linked to triangles within axioms, within propositions and all of that, within actual mathematics. But nobody wanted to talk about that. So what they've done is they've found somebody who's compliant that wants to play the add in the numbers game, which isn't anything to do with proof, mathematical thought or anything. Wally's in the chat. Fucking crazy guy. Triangles only have 180 degrees, Wally.
If they have more, they are not triangles.
Mm-hmm.
Simple. They are out of definition then, so they are not triangles. Simple.
You don't get extra angles for triangles for your Brucey bonus being on a sphere. It just doesn't happen. They're not triangles. And the unfortunate thing is that these are sighted, Wally. They're fucking sighted triangles. There's only one group of people that start doing this fucking stupid shit. And that's people who are the dogmatic globe. People who have the dogmatic globe end up saying some really stupid shit.
Yeah, they don't have the raw numbers. The Wally, try to find the numbers, not the estimations, the numbers. Good luck. By the way, your boy Maktoon already admitted it, that they don't exist. They haven't put them out. They're not there.
The fact that they're not there proves the globe, though, to these guys. Like I say, they have a dogmatic globe. I'm sort of working this out, formulating it. But everyone knows 'tis globe, right? So the globe is what we live on, right? Everybody has a globe. Obviously, everybody knows what the globe is. But there's a certain group of people that have the dogmatic globe. Their dogmatic globe says that level cannot be horizontal. It says that triangles in reality have to have more than 180 degrees. Those of us that live on the real globe, like the one that comports with reality, says that's a load of bullshit. Just have
not
to,
the real globe, the real Earth. Those of us that live on the real Earth, whatever that may be.
Tis
Yeah.
globe, though. You can't get. You
Tis-
can't. There's
tis
no way
globe.
you're not going to get away from tis globe, right? Obviously, tis globe. So therefore,
Yeah.
anything that happens in reality must be tis globe.
Oh, so you're going with the first law of globe, then?
Tis globe, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm. If that's the game that we want to play, right? I'll play it. I'll also say, let's have a globe proof off, right? I've got a proof of my globe, right? That is level being horizontal. Yeah.
We'll have a globathon.
Who else? Who else has level being horizontal on their globe? I'd say 99% of people would also agree with me that level is horizontal on globe. Tis globe. In fact, it proves it's a globe. It's provable in reality, therefore it must be on the globe. See, Wally's going for a rocket proof of globe, whereas we go with something more tangible, right?
How many times this rocket? You should invent some new example.
Yeah,
this is boring.
Wally, what I think I'll challenge you, right? Wally says in real life spherical excess. I would say in real life I can prove that triangles have 180 degrees. Anytime you're ready, Wally, do you want to do a meme, right? And put my proof at the top of it, and then you can do your proof that spherical excess is reality. Anytime, Wally. Well, I might be able to try one for myself. Proof of spherical excess. I mean, that's probably one of the hardest proofs there is. Isn't it? Like, of all of the things that you ever try to prove, is that a triangle's got more than 180 degrees. That's fantastic. Very brave chap, Wally. I'll take you on. Or Fancy, just answer. Can you just add a few degrees on one of the angles? Like if you were to get 183 degrees or something like that, could you just have one of them that's wrong? Like a 45, a 45, and a 93.
What's a couple of degrees between friends?
Yeah. He'll have a spreadsheet with all of the numbers I wrote on it.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How is everyone doing?
Hello.
Well, you come through loud. There's something happened to my Discord.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah.
Good.
Have you got a new mic? That's very loud.
No?
I had to block Wally on Twitter today.
Oh, really? Why?
He started following me round, commenting on just random, like I just have comment something to somebody on Twitter and he's there commenting about his rocket in something that had like literally no purpose to do with it. He's like a stalker, to be honest.
About his rocket?
About yeah, I know.
Like a
wanting me
thing?
to, I don't know. He wants me to look at his rocket video, and I'm like, I don't want to. Don't even want to watch a Wally video anyway. I think he's mentally disturbed.
He wants you to look at his rocket. That sounds very disturbing.
I know. He never stops.
I think Wally is a robot. He's not a human. Perhaps.
Well, he's following me everywhere on Twitter, YouTube, Discord. He would be on
obsessed.
Discord if he could.
Because he's obsessed.
With me?
He's obsessed with you. Yeah, he loves you. He loves you, that's why.
Yeah. Well, I've had to ban him from Discord, and now I've blocked him on Twitter. It's not far off.
Where is Wally?
I always thought, when I first came into this, there was a guy, one of the biggest trolls called WS. He's not around so much anymore, but much like Wally, of absolutely zero use. The argument, zero proof. Just an embarrassment, really. Pure sophistry. It's been familiar through a lot of these people. I think we went over it last night with B-Ball and people just trying to obfuscate. What does everybody think of people like Wally in the chat? I mean, is it useful to try and keep Wally around, or is he just sort of doing himself in? Would it be better for me to just cut Wally off on the chat? What's everybody thinking in the chat? It's a bit sad, really, isn't it? I don't want to keep playing to Wally's delusions. He's seriously affected by some of the truths that we have, some of the proofs that we give.
Since we're on Free For All Friday, can I pose a question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, say I'm on a treadmill. The treadmill's moving at 5 miles per hour. And I decide I want to walk against the direction of travel. In order to remain stable on that treadmill, I would have to walk or run at 10 miles an hour to remain stable on the treadmill and maintain at least a neutral, not even a forward movement, right? Correct? Or would I be moving forward at 5 miles an hour? No, it would be an even speed, right? I would remain just stable with the direction of the treadmill, would I not?
Well, if the treadmill's going at 5 miles an hour in one direction,
right?
Then so you just need 5 to equal it out, don't you?
Equal it out. Do I have to walk in the other direction at 5? Equal it out. But in order to move in a forward direction, I would have to exceed that 5 miles per hour, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why do I not have to do that walking against the rotation on the ground?
What
Why
rotation?
Why is there no effort in any direction?
What rotation?
It's the same effort in every. Pardon me?
What rotation?
The alleged, the one that everyone's taught to believe. Why the sun comes up and goes down, because we're rotating. I'm just another point I'm trying to bring forward that, I mean, to me, it's a proof that there is no rotation. It can easily be proved just by walking that there's no rotation. For me, I can't convince in my head that there's how anybody cannot see this.
I don't know whether you posited that one quite correctly, because
maybe not.
You started off with reality, and then
Exactly.
like near the end you had to put in you see, this is where I think the Flat Earth Society works. The whole realm around this is that you didn't have to mention the other model at all. You could have just said, if you do that on a treadmill, then when you do it in reality, that you don't have to do it. But I mean, it sounds stupid, doesn't it? I think, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point.
Well, what I'm thinking is that we're in an arena where people have given you that as an argument, but even when you lay that out as an argument against a narrative that you've brought in here, right? You've posited that against yourself.
Right.
It sounds ridiculous. Now, they'll never make that argument, or they'll never allow you to make that argument in rebuttal to their statement. So you end up bringing the argument. So therefore, I don't know. It just sounds like you're.
This was the proof to myself, basically. Yeah. Because if what they're claiming is true, then this should happen.
Who's claiming
it doesn't happen.
See, this is another thing. Like, since I came into this because some certain people were just lying, bullshitting, and I needed to understand what was going on. And since I've come in here, I found that the only people that are saying this fucking stupid, ridiculous shit are the same group of lying bullshitters. Not one credible person amongst any of it. They're all just actors.
SE, apparently you have to check your DMs because Blue has sent you some measurements. Aren't you lucky? Nobody got my joke, did they?
Morning,
Nobody
everybody. Welcome, it looks like, yeah. Message from Blue to SE. Message from Blue to SE. Check your DMs.
Oh, yeah. I'm reading it now. I got it. Okay, Blue. He's given me what he thinks are the measurements. The original.
Give you
I'll
some
check
numbers.
them out, Blue.
You're gonna add them up for him. Or has he already added them up for you?
I ain't adding nothing.
Do I dare ask what the measurement is of?
Wally's rockets.
I'll post it for you guys. Hold on.
No, I don't think we need any
No gratuitous globe
That is
science,
what-
please, SE.
Okay, it's rated PGR. Okay,
It's got some numbers, but has he added them up for you, or has he left it as like a challenge for you to add them up?
I'll read it up for you guys. Here you go, SC. Measured spherical excess from 22 arc seconds to 44 arc seconds before any correction. So please stop saying that this isn't published. This is page 564 from the Transcontinental Survey of the 39th parallel.
And which angle was that? Which was the big angle?
I don't know. It's just a page of a whole bunch of numbers. Lots of angles here.
Yeah. Can you point out the big angles, the ones that prove the globe? Oh, sorry, the ones that prove that triangles. It would be helpful if everybody watched that logic thing that we did. We went over the second one. Number 2 is the one where the guy goes over exactly the proof of triangles and the sort of stuff I've been trying to give everybody for themselves to gain it. Been trying to hint at things so people can have it for themselves, because that's what I found. Came on a journey to find first principles. Went back to find first principles of geometry and first principles of logic and first principles of reality, I guess, all at the same time. Lucky me.
Yep. Blue thinks he has observed angles, and it says here, observed angles. So,
well, it says, if it says it, then.
If it says it.
Globe.
Yeah. It's globe.
So we're going to go with that, are we, Blue Marble Science? We're going to go with, that's the new proof. Blue Marble states that he thinks triangles now have more than 180 degrees because it's wrote down. It's there.
I'm gonna pass this on to the angle boys and see what they come up with, Blue.
We need to add them. We need somebody to add the angles up. No, we don't.
Yeah.
To know that triangles only have 180 degrees. I'm good. I don't need to do some sort of a fucking stupid challenge for adding angles. Go and give it to Witsit. Witsit will do that. He'll add a few angles up for you.
Blue, you don't mind if I pass the info on to the angle boys?
I've got, I think they've got Stark Hodder, who's one of their top men for angles on the spherical side. The dogmatic side, sorry. It's the dogma. Dogma will get him into trouble.
We have angle people. I have angle people. We'll give it to the angle people and see what they say.
Have your angle people call my angle people.
Now, understand this, right? Even in their own thing, in their own angle measurement, I believe 16 of them, last time I heard them speak, were either more, greater than, or less than 180. So keep that in mind, even in their own measurements. And Blue, I'm sure, is listening. He can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So even in their measurements of triangles, they were not all consistent.
Yeah. It's like, you know, Chat GPT. When somebody just goes, yeah, I'll look at this document. I don't know how thoroughly anybody's actually read through it, but I mean, I'd say really, have a look at it yourself. Have a look at that document and then just have a look at the proof that triangles only have 180 degrees. Only have 180, no more, no less. Who have we got? Somebody saying that, haven't we? See, let me see if I can find a clip of somebody saying that.
Thanks, Blue. I appreciate it. You don't have to get all antsy about it. But you do agree that they found triangles that were less than or greater than 180, right, Blue? You agree to that?
I've just got this little clip here.
The sum of the internal angles of a triangle is always 180. No more, no less.
There you go. From the words of the great master himself. Bob, he disagrees with you, Blue. But hey, don't want to start a fight between you guys, but I agree with Bob on this matter. There's not many things I do agree with Bob on. But for triangles only having 180 degrees, no more, no less.
When
I
Bob
think I seen
said
this
that,
one.
he was not up to date.
Longgray's theorem. Yeah. Oh, did Stefan, you best inform Bob. Or have you informed Bob already? Has he been aware that he's been spreading false information? Yeah, we was having a thing. It's a stranger. I mean, when are these from? When are these measurements from? 18 something. That is fucking scary as fuck. Something wrong with that. No more, no less. As everybody knows, right? It's one of the basic foundations of geometry. Everybody should know this. This is a triangle. That's how you can do trigonometry. It's how you can calculate distances, predictions, make predictions, all through the triangle. And the use of the triangle through the circle. At no point has anybody ever mentioned the straight line of a triangle being different than a straight line. It's provable, in fact. I think Blue's speaking for the manufacturer. Which manufacturer is that, Blue? Which one are you, which piece of equipment are you stating this for? Don't just make a vague statement, please. Because, Blue, I don't know whether you're aware of this, but the fact that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular means there's a 90 degree. And then when you put a perpendicular at each end of a straight line, you have two 90 degrees, which means those straight lines will be parallel, provably so. It's worth noting for the reason why triangles cannot have more than 180 degrees. Also strange that Blue Marble wants triangles to have more than 180 degrees for some strange reason. Probably something to do with the perpendiculars to a plane and horizontal having all the perpendiculars being parallel.
They have to have more than 180. They have to.
Yeah, there's definitely no curve to a plane, is there, Blue? Especially in the documents of the thing that you're fucking sprouting. You definitely wouldn't have seen a curve to a plane with any of that. So Bob was talking about a planar triangle, as everybody knows, because that's what triangles are. 3 points are always coplanar, and that makes a triangle. Everybody knows this. This is a triangle. There's a certain group of people that we're calling them the dogmatic globers, the blue marble scientists, who imagine geometry differently. They're a very strange case of people. And they've been within this arena where we've been talking to people about issues and things and searching out, call it, I've been on a metaphysical journey. Talking to people about things, proofs and the like. And there's this one very strange group of people that follow me everywhere. They have followed me everywhere for 4 years. It seems like they're obsessed. It is globe. Obviously. Always has been. It's the axiom. I'm the person that's ended up on this journey of writing a non-Euclidean geometry to help prove 'tis globe. I've always said I'm not a flat earther. How can you be a flat earther? It's obviously not flat. Knowing that it's not flat, I got told it was obviously globe. Because that's the counter to it not being flat, must be globe. So therefore, this great expanse that we all live on is globe. And then asking people, they've got no proof of globe. They had nothing. Until we came along and wrote some non-Euclidean geometry, imaginometry, and now we've got proofs of globe. Like they've never had before. These are real proof. You work them in your mind. We've got a realizing Euclid test that also proves globe. I'm going to push it as a proof of globe. Everyone will have to take it, right? Imagine the money starts rolling in for the realizing Euclid test. Proof of globe. Bevan, the On the Level Discord group. Prove the globe. Right in front of blue marble science and all of that. They don't want the help either.
They weren't up to the challenge.
No, I know. All they've got is adding up numbers. Go and add these numbers up. Come on, guys. It's like, whereas we've got a real proof. In reality, right? Triangles, it's pretty obvious that triangles have 180 degrees, really, in reality. There's no need to try and say that the impossible happens. Triangles have 180 degrees. Everybody knows this. Therefore, his globe. Triangles, 180 degrees on the globe. Grab it.
This is strange. They tried to make you a flat earther, but you became a baller. This globe.
I came, yeah, I'm the guy with the proof of globe.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Have you seen the page on the website? I mean,
it's great.
It is. Oh, what? There you go. On the Level Live, 'tis globe.
It's official and all. Holy smoke. Yeah, nice.
I need a picture.
Yeah.
I need something to depict this. So if... Okay, I'll take you through it. I'll take you through it. Let me go. This. Let's see. That's pretty much good. Huh? So here, I'll click the link. This takes you straight to the onthelevel.live website. onthelevel.live/ Tis Globe. Well, Tis Globe. Tis Globe. A welcome visitor. Everybody knows it's Globe.
Damn, professional looking and all. Holy smokes.
Rest
I like
assured
it.
that it is Globe. I need a picture for where this little lad's here is doing this. I need something. Here we know that the Earth is definitely not flat. Like you, we know this to be true without question. And to think that it is against all known observable evidence. Globe proof. Globgic.
Nice. Yeah.
Simply put, everyone knows 'tis Globe. Here's some Globgic proof of Globe. Globgic states, if G, then G, and if G and G, then G. Therefore, it can be proved directly by if Globe, then Globe.
Proof.
Yeah. If Globe and Globe, then Globe. Or indirectly, we can do an indirect version of it.
I like this one myself.
This one, yeah. I always like it. If not flat, then Globe. It's not flat, therefore, 'tis Globe. Or, it's not flat and it's not flat, then it's definitely Globe. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore, 'tis Globe. Be at peace with your globe, and rest assured that we will continue to progress the proofs of Globe.
Wow, I'm inspired.
Globgic.
I truly am inspired. Yeah.
Wrote
Globgic.
specifically for a group of people with no proof. Now they have. I will be their savior.
Just like that. I mean, why deal with all the numbers and the things and that? This is it. This is proof right here.
This is you just do your Globgic proof. Hand it out to people. Well, you don't even need to add any numbers up or anything. Do it the easy way.
Nice, I like it. All roads lead to Globe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. The moment you see the truth in imaginometry, then it all becomes clear. It's epoche, really. I will. I've got loads more Globe proofs to do. I'm even thinking of doing one based around the twin tangent conundrum. And I think there's one that some blue guy has done one. He's took on what he did, right? You know that one we went over the other day of the guy that probably doesn't live in Maine, being a lion shit. Well, he wrote some numbers down, didn't he? You can go and add those ones up if you want. Well, when he wrote his numbers down and then fucked off, Blue Marble took it up upon himself to have a go at the similar sort of thing. So now Blue can help us. We can use Blue to help us prove 'tis Globe through a geometric proof of triangles having more than 180 degrees. That's what he's doing. But Blue's trying to jump on the adding numbers up, when really Blue's already done his fuck up. He's already made the fuck up of his video, doing this stolen concept fallacy. He's already built a logical fallacy into it. He's trying to jump on the adding numbers up. Bullshit, trying to get away from it. Don't think he realizes that yet. That's going to be good. We're going to wrap all of this end bit up at the end of the end of this year, and then we can start up with the realizing Euclid proof of globe tour. Go around all of the universities. I'll have to ask people about water levels and materials. Plenty of conversations I'm going to have. Maybe anybody wants to come in with us and join it. Should be interesting. But with this time, we're going with our approach, on the level approach. I did do some more on the website as well. Don't forget to have a look at the website. Send everybody in here.
I think you've converted at least a couple.
I know, yeah. So say like
it's fantastic.
The Globe salesman. The Globe's never had a better salesman than me. I could sell way more globes than anybody else. Got proper proofs and everything to go along with it. And the logic. I mean, level being horizontal proves the globe. It's reality.
Wow. As I live and breathe, I never thought I'd hear those words. Wow.
Real
you
globe.
guys have succeeded.
The real globe, though, right?
Yeah.
These guys that we're dealing with and the guys that you've been dealing with, you're talking to the dogmatic globers. Right? They end up saying stupid shit. They've got no proof. They've got no argument. I have got real proof, some real arguments.
You heard it, Blue. Tis globe.
Tis globe.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Not very good news for Wally, because Into the Break has just missed it. He's told Wally that Wally's rocket didn't do it for him, but the globjic proofs are irrefutable. Tis globe.
Tis globe. Real globe.
Yes,
real globers unite. Anything that happens in reality must happen. Tis globe. It has to. No other way. Yes, it may seem like it's contradictory, but you just have to accept the contradictions. It's dead easy. It's like epoche. I think it's teaching epoche through contradiction acceptance. You just have to accept it.
But wait, because their geometry works on their model, so why they reject it?
That's what I found strange.
Yes, very strange. It works perfectly, and they should accept it, esteem it, whatever. They don't. They reject, and they are trying to invent new geometry, non-Euclidean geometry, while Euclidean geometry perfectly works on the globe. Or maybe not on the globe, but in the globe, rather.
Well, the globe is reality, right? There is this false dichotomy that's been set up. It's a little bit ridiculous. There is only one reality, and we all live in it, so that must be the globe.
That's why we say peace. Be at peace with your globe, because you should be. It's all right. It's just reality.
Yeah, everybody comes to the acceptance that, reality is reality. Some people call it globe. It's like the same as some people call plumb and vertical. They call it gravity. It's just a different word for the same thing, exactly the same thing. So if reality is globe, then globjic can prove globe. Everything proves globe, actually. But that's where Wally's going. He's going for a radius. That's dogmatic, Wally. It's 2023. Stop going with that old, outdated. I mean, when was that done? Ages ago. That was down in 2,000 years ago they did that, Wally. Eratosthenes, you need to get out of that. Get into 2023. Globjic is the way.
This is Globe 2.0.
Yeah. Yeah, they're living in the old days, aren't they?
Yes, in
You can get an upgrade for
Copernican
$5.99.
model is outdated. It was 1-0, but now we have 2-0. So this is better, or even 3-0, because I would say that this Kepler's model or whatever was just improvement of this globe, but now we have even more modern. I would say that this is 3-0 or maybe 4 beta. I don't know. Maybe we live in
the
4
newest
beta.
version. The newest version. Yeah. You can get a free upgrade. Go to the Play Store. You can get a free upgrade for this one.
Yeah, but this one is not fully tested. That's why I call it beta, because this is not very fully tested. So I don't know.
Yeah, they're shopping it around to see, this one maybe. You could be right, yeah. Maybe it's not a full upgrade.
There you go. Axioms.
But whatever it is, they will accept it. They will embrace it. His globe. Like those new teenagers. Those new teenagers that were discovered just recently, they thought they were babies, but they were teenagers. They accepted them. They're in the fold now. Now they have to figure out a way to incorporate them, but they will. Well, that's a hell of a picture, Mike. Look at that.
Yeah, what do you think of that, Wally? Wally says, you know that great saying we have? You can do fuck all with an angle. Well, Wally, top globe geometer that he is, says, I measured the radius myself with just one angle. A one angle. That's Wally for you. He's mentally deluded, but I mean, hey.
A wangle.
Yeah, he measured the radius himself with one angle.
I would say I would measure a radius with my ruler, but not with the angle. Okay.
Just one angle. Wonder how many degrees was your angle, Wally, that you measured the radius with? Go on.
I don't know why people want to measure something with angle. This is radius is distance from the center, 1 point, and to the circumference. This is second point. You have to take ruler, and then you can measure distance between 2 points. So, because I thought that length of radius is distance between 2 points, but maybe I am mistaken.
Yeah, can we just take a vote, right? And people in here. Wally says some really seriously stupid shit, right? Is it? Are we laughing at possibly somebody?
Is that the vote? Is whether Wally says some stupid shit?
No, I mean, like, could we be laughing at somebody with serious mental problems? And is it wise to have somebody like that? Because, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anybody say any more stupid shit than that. Really. He measured the radius with one angle. I mean, he's definitely not incapable of doing that sort of stuff. If there were anybody capable of doing it, it seriously wouldn't be Wally. could there be a point where the Snowflake Squad say you were laughing at, somebody with the mind of a 5-year-old child or something like that? I don't know. What's everyone think? For the progression of what we are doing here.
What's the vote again?
What should we do with Wally? I mean,
I don't know.
We moved him out of the Discord. I've had to get rid of him on Twitter.
Yeah, we had to.
And
we had
now
to for his
he's
own
saying
sanity.
absolutely ridiculous shit.
He can't help himself. I mean, look at his avatar. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, but I mean, along this case, if we were building, let's say we're building a republic, right, a just system, would you keep people like that around?
I try not to myself. I mean, I'd like to hear from other people what they think. What do they think?
It's mainly for people in the chat, right? Because I'm not really that fussed, but like he does say some really stupid shit, and I'm serious about how snowflakey these people could get. What if they were to say, well, you didn't know that Wally was a, say disabled, let's say.
I see what you're saying.
You've just been laughing at him. Yeah, I get that, Mike, but I mean, it's obvious bullshit. He's pointing out to expose his bullshit, but I mean, look at that. Look at it.
I think the analogy here is: would you keep a, would you, if you knew that someone was, institutionalized, let's say for a a psychiatric problem, would you continue to discuss things with them that raise the specter of the psychological problem that they have? If you know that they have the psychological problem, that is a bit mean.
Yeah, and especially to laugh at it, right?
Yep.
To make ridicule out of that sort of stuff. I'm not into that sort of stuff. Yeah, but if that person starts saying you have to accept this stupid shit that I'm saying, and the fact that you disagree with it means that you're not right, because like Wally does. Look, he's obsessed with another guy as well. All he wants to do is talk about other men.
Yeah, desperately pleading for someone else.
Other men to talk about his rockets. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did this other man say about my rocket? It's not normal behavior, and I don't know whether we should be talking about it.
Flat fact says you don't feed their delusions. I tend to agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know whether Flat Fact's thinking that we don't feed their delusions by going up against them. But, I mean, look, there's a guy who stated stupid shit here. He says, I measured the radius myself with just one angle. State how you could do that, right? Just draw a circle. How do you measure the radius of a circle with one angle? Truth is, you can't. It's fucking impossible. You can't do anything with an angle. But yet Wally states that. And he's serious about when he says it as well. He's got no capability of explaining how to do it. Like somebody can't explain God. Right? Wally can't explain this, but he has a faith that it is true.
Yep.
with no ability to converse with it. It's fucking, it's ridiculous.
I agree. And everybody that understands his globe, I mean, everybody knows that you cannot measure radius with an angle. Everyone. Except seemingly Wally and maybe some others, maybe other small
Yeah,
band
there'll
of
be people out there to defend him.
weirdos. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, he's got Stefan here, but I mean, Stefan's never going to say anything about Rolly's ridiculous, stupid shit. He's going to talk about the rocket. Talk about Wally's rocket with him.
And there's the delusion. If the Earth is flat, so we said, right? You have to put it back up again, Bev. Definitely not flat.
Yeah, it's definitely not flat.
It's globe.
Fucking ridiculous. And now Wally's telling me about somebody else that was in the chat that supposedly made a claim that Wally has to do it. And then, so that's why Wally said that he measured a radius with just one angle. Stupid shit, because somebody in the chat said something and Wally just had to say some stupid shit. Wally is now like shifting fucking goalposts. I mean, what? Like, it is free for all Friday. If somebody else wants to take Wally on, right? Because
no, there's no taking on a psychopath.
No, I would just like to ask Wally what is his purpose in being here.
I don't know that he has one. He's psychotic.
He wants other men to talk about his rocket with him.
Yes. And then he wants other people in our chat to tell him about another man talking about his rocket. This is very strange behavior.
Maybe he's just so long trolling that he got used to it, and now he cannot stop. So he's maybe obsessed with his own, let's say, job. So he cannot stop.
Yeah,
he has to do that. What he's doing.
You could be right, Paper.
Doesn't half remind me of WS from like 4 years ago when I first started. Troll picked up from Twitter. Like assigned, always following us everywhere.
Yeah. It's weird, right? He did say before we banned him from Discord for his own good that everything he said was a lie. Everything that he has said is a falsehood, something that he's conjured up. Everything he's talked about himself, everything. So, and then he continues in the live chat as well, like almost daily.
Because somebody said that Brian's logic destroyed Wally's rocket.
Well, Wally, you can go find out for yourself. I'm sure Brian's logic's video is out there.
Go and have a word with Brian.
Find out what he said.
If Brian's willing to talk about your rocket, then go and have a word with him. Go and show him some pictures of your rocket. I'm not particularly bothered, but if you want to go and set up some sort of a debate.
Is it a bit like train spotting? Rocket spotting?
Maybe.
Measuring angles as well, though, I think. He likes to put it into the mathematical thought process. Not just the visuals. He likes to measure angles.
Maybe
now
solution...
Wally and Blue are discussing. Sorry, Paper, go ahead.
No, just maybe solution for his problems would be measuring rocket with an angle. Or measuring angle with a rocket. Whatever. Something with angle and something with rocket.
Yeah, as long as other men are talking about his rocket.
Hey,
he's happy.
I measured the angle from my toaster to my bit of toast.
Tis globe. More than 180 degrees?
After doing all the calculations, and I mean, I was very thorough after doing all the calculations. Yes, it's globe. I don't know what Wally and that are going on about all the time. It's very easy.
Bev, you're changing the world.
Tiny
You are changing the
protractor.
world. You're changing the world, Bev. Gordzilla 37.
I know.
Gave a generous super chat. Thank you, Gords.
you.
And says, I'm here to get my globe. I heard you're the salesman and thought it's only logical to get one for my room to remind me always that 'tis globe. Indeed.
Yeah.
Gords, thank you very much.
It did make
You
one
are-
mistake though. One swelling mistake. It's a K, not a C.
Yes, not a C with the logical. And a J, to be fair.
Yeah, J. We go like magic. Like magic with a K. Like the special magic.
Yes, yes. Because you do need special magic.
Yeah. When you're thinking globjic, think special magic. And then you'll get your spelling right. So yeah, thank you very much, Gods. That'll be very much helpful. Oh, look, with 33 viewers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hurry up, somebody
Yeah,
drop
thanks for
or
that.
somebody join.
That's because Gods is...
Wally's now talking about ripping people to shreds, which is
with his
very...
rocket. No
wait a
way,
minute.
Wally. Come on.
Hold
on
a
Let's
second.
go.
Don't rip apart his rocket. No.
No, he's going to use his
painful,
rocket
Wally.
to rip Brian's logic to shreds.
Hang on a second. If Wally already look at this now, Bev, now I'm starting to come around to your thinking here. So Wally has spent the better part of the last 45 minutes trying desperately to get into the break, to get out of him what Brian said. And here he says, do you think I haven't already ripped Brian's logic to shreds? Implying he's already seen what Brian has said about him. Very dishonest, Wally.
Yeah.
Very dishonest. My goodness. This is why we can't have nice things.
Look, he's gone about his angles now. Look at him. 2.2 degrees.
You know what?
Globe. Wally measured a 2.2 degree angle.
Bev, do you know what? That's actually what I got with my toast.
Was it?
Did you really?
Yeah.
2.2 degrees.
Coincidences.
Yeah.
Was that Celsius or Fahrenheit? No, it's Celsius. Has to be because you're in the UK. Mine would be a bit higher, I would think.
That'd be like white toast, that.
Raw toast.
Like warm.
Well, it was actually
Cold,
it's actually
wouldn't it?
it's actually seeded, so it's got lumps and bumps on it.
So not flat toast.
No.
Pitts Globe again. Like these proofs are just being confirmed. Rocking
Amen,
them up.
brother.
Yeah. There you go. So there you go, Godzilla. We just proved again. If you don't come here for proofs of globe, then what do you come here for? Saviour of the globe. Bev, try thinking. A new approach. It's called epoche, right? Emma's taught this one, right? It started off at the beginning when I first met Emma. And Emma said, I don't give a shit about the shape of the earth. I thought, that's cool. That's good. Thank you very much. He said, I'm just here for the people. And then you found out that half of them shit.
Actually, it was more that it was... Yeah, it started off as the people, and then I realised, and it then turned into people watching. and why people are here. I mean, I honestly, it is fascinating.
Listen to this one from Stefan Mudd. I mean, he's vying for the Wally
Wally's
Award
rocket
tonight, I think. Yeah.
He's
says,
stroking Wally's rocket.
He says, but why don't you guys explain why the Falcon had to rise so high before it came above the horizon as observed from Myrtle Beach?
Wow.
Doesn't it have to go to space? And space is like rockets normally go up? Is that not how it works?
Well, I don't know. He says Falcon.
Oh, just the
Falcon is
birds.
just a bird, isn't it? That's what I know
Why the
anyway.
falcon had
I
to
don't know why
rise
it's
so high.
I don't know why it's
Don't know.
coming above the horizon either. I don't know what that has to do with anything. And why you would need to observe it from Myrtle Beach either.
I can't look from the words he's give us there, right? I cannot place an image through my imagination, and to be quite honest, I'm scared. I don't know what the hell could come up with that. I mean, scared to ask what he's talking about. Falcons coming on the horizon. Don't know. They might be getting all hot and bothered about their rockets and other men. I'm not too sure.
Very, very strange. And then Wally's telling Emma, we all come to watch you guys mess up so much. Wow.
Come on, Wally, be specific. What have we messed up on tonight? Come on.
Well, if he could come in and tell us and confirm and let us know all of the stuff, but I think we're all good. Is everybody okay with everything we've said? Seems fine to me. Yeah, that's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that seems fine.
I think it's just been a group of people and our opinions on things that are, free for all Friday.
Blue coming in
he
hot.
Calling you? He's God.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
I don't
Kevin!
know.
Wow, Kevin, honoured by Blue Marble Science
It's a bit
into
much.
a deity. It's because
It is
we
a
did
bit
the
much.
Tis Globe, didn't you? See, that's how easy it is. That's how it comes. We find the
that what it
proofs
is?
of Globe, and you're a deity to Blue Marble Science.
I did not tie those two things together, but now that you've mentioned it, sorry,
Kevin.
I absolve you. I absolve you. I absolve
Kevin.
you. I absolve you. Yes, Emma.
Have you said anything in the last, 2 hours that you have no idea that you said?
No, I'm pretty sure I know that I said what I said.
Okay, I was just checking.
Yes, thank you, though.
Tis Globe. They're frightened. They're frightened of our globe power that we've now taken from them. They have no globe proof.
We've sold more than they have. That's a fact. Sold more globes than they have.
Get Godzilla with a super chat. We'll say Tis Globe more. If you super chat.
Oh.
For every super chat I receive, we shall convert one more Tis Globe to Epohe. Look at that. He's appeasing. His Blue Marble sent his top man over. If that doesn't convince you, Tis Globe. Look, there's two. They're joined together. Tis Globe. We have been watching some fun stuff this week. Globjig for life. T-shirts are going to take off this. Tis Globe. Globjig for life.
Wally took exception to you not wanting to look at his rocket.
Yeah, he's really upset that you don't want to look at his rocket, Bev.
I know. Perhaps you should put a dress on and start. I've heard it's trendy.
Make an effort, Wally.
Yeah.
Bev is hard to get. He's not just a pushover.
Well, like I say, I have just had to block him from Twitter. He seriously obsessed. It's like he won't let me talk to anybody else without, like, following me round, getting me to look at his rocket. I think he's made videos about me and everything.
Yeah, I copyrighted that, Godzilla. All royalties come to me. Thank you.
Tis Globe. I was thinking of a T-shirt that said something like, "You thought there was no proof of globe? Think again, Globjic."
Given tonight,
Yeah.
tonight's conversation, though, I think a T-shirt that might be appropriate. I mean, especially for Wally, is no, I won't look at your rocket.
Yeah. Ooh, get that rocket away from me.
NASA nerds are always trying to show off their rockets to everyone.
Absolutely nothing now, Wally. Absolutely nothing. In fact, from now on, I am going to imagine that you do. There you go. If anybody wants to have a picture of Wally, check out the live chat.
Thank you.
And then that's the image that you have when you see Wally in a dress. Yeah, that's a thing. I'm seriously considering. I think Wally's going to get himself into trouble. Oh, tis Globe, unicorn laser eyes.
Another one.
Trademarked Tis
Globe.
Globe. We've already got Tis Globe. It's on the website. It is actually already copyrighted. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, trademarked.
Yeah.
There's going to be a massive
Yeah.
lawsuit coming your way soon, unicorn, from me if you're not careful.
He's stepping on he's stepping on the globe, right? We've got frantic bunny ears to keep us separated, right? Because we are dealing with the not that, right?
Don't step into private property.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. Everybody knows frantic bunny ears is the not that. So always remember.
Stefan wants everybody to know that Myrtle Beach is 600 miles from the launch pad.
Wow.
Is that as the Falcon flies, or as the Crow flies? Falcon.
Yeah, like is that like a horizontal distance? 600 miles. Horizontal.
Good question. As the Falcon flies.
He's talking about
what
he's talking about other men. He can't help himself. How many lovers you've had, Wally? But I mean, come on.
It's lonely.
Yeah. I'm not that way inclined, Wally. I know we do accept all sexualities and all genders of people. All sorts of deviants we've accepted into the chats.
You mean both genders?
Yes, both.
Yeah.
All of them.
One and the other.
All of them. Yes. All of them. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, equal opportunities.
Well, Stefan wants to talk about some distance to the supernova. I had a friend of mine had a supernova. It was really, really terrible color, but it could go pretty fast, even though it was called nova, which in Spanish is don't go.
Was that a little one? We had novas, didn't we?
We did, yeah, but the distance to supernova, so I'm not even going to read it, is a very good evidence for distance.
Yeah, I think, well, there's a distance, definitely. I do believe you, Stefan.
That is genius.
That there is a distance for distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good evidence for distance. I've got a ruler here that's a very, very good evidence for distance. So, yes, well done, Stefan. Maybe you want to come and help us write for the globe proofs. We could do that. That would be a
collab.
Yeah. Globjic proof of distance. Oh, sorry, good evidence Might have to get used to doing that when we start writing the Globjic. The distance is confirmed by what happens in the nebula. What happens in the nebula? Stefan?
Revolution.
What happens in the nebula that gives you good evidence for distance? I mean, I do believe that distances are real. They're definitely things. I think we have 3 of them, don't we? Like dimensions, we call them.
What happens in the nebula stays in the nebula.
I was just gonna say that. That's the...
But he's also very good evidence for distance.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so into the break. He must have already been typing that when you said it.
Delay.
Yeah.
He's gonna laugh when he hears it. There it is. There's the LOL from boards.
It's been quite good. What does everybody think about this? You know, like we went to do the logic course, and if you haven't done any of that or listened to any of it, please do, because that's the sort of conversations that we do have. This is okay. I'm quite enjoying this.
It's fun. It's funny. Everybody has to laugh, right? Yeah, everybody has to laugh. But the other stuff is serious. It's seriously interesting stuff. Conversations between real adults, not the children that are in the YouTube chat.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think.
Every once in a while, you have to play.
Yeah. Well, like tonight, obviously, having fun with the globe and right, showing people the globe proofs, and that's okay. But the serious conversations, the stuff that we've been trying to have for 4 years now, getting nowhere, they're what we're having midweek within the Discord chat. Proper conversations, real proofs, real discoveries. And I think everybody that came and joined it at the midweek got something from it. And I could do it again. Like and Kevin, we were talking about it today. Could literally talk about it for hours. There's endless depths of it. And people have been studying this sort of stuff for centuries. Actually, I'm not too sure how long these ones have been going.
Stefan has just done a classic copy paste.
Wow.
I don't even know if it's worth reading it out because it's just words. Well done, Stefan.
Angular size. What do you reckon the angular size of a nebula is?
I think it's a bit rude to ask.
Angular size of a nebula.
Especially if it's a female nebula.
Ooh. Proves distance though, angular size.
I can't take any of it seriously. Sorry.
Well, no, of course not.
There's obviously it's like it says ridiculous as what, like Wally exposes it, saying that he can measure the radius by an angle, and Stefan thinks he can come and support Wally by saying that he can measure an angle to a nebula, a light in the sky, and that's good evidence for the distance to the fucking light in the sky. It's even more ridiculous than Wally's, but Stefan obviously thinks he's highly intellectual in saying that he can do it to a light in the sky. What do you reckon to that?
It is magic.
It's measuring an angle to a light in the sky. A nebula.
Magic logician.
And that finds out how far away it is. I bet it'd be some light years, the number that he comes up with as well. How big's the angle? Well, it's a fraction of a nano... a nanosecond of an angle, and that tells you it's billions of light years. See, what 0.15 arc seconds. If anybody doesn't know, an arc second is a 3,600th of a degree. And Stefan thinks at 0.15 arc seconds. I'm pretty sure that's not correct, but you can't. Well, sorry.
You can type anything.
You can do fuck all with an angle. Especially not like a fiddly farty little gnat chuff angle. But hey, Stefan's pretty clever, and his method of proving the globe is to say that a tiny angle, I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it? It's not even an argument. I have been saying, though, I wanted to see whether it's possible to do a reductio ad absurdum proof of globe. Could measuring tiny angles, proving a distance, be a abstract reductio ad absurdum proof of globe? I mean, how far removed from globe could be measuring an angle to find a distance that's billions of light years long? How far away could that be from globe?
Imagine believing such a thing. All based on speculation.
Fantasy. I mean, literally, it's fantasy that Stefan thinks that you can measure these. He's only following Wally, right? Because Wally seems to have this sort of like I don't know whether it's a grandfather right or something, but he has to have protectors around him because he does quite often say some of the most amazingly stupid shit. And now Stefan's having to cover for him like a cleaner. He'll come on again and he'll say that something about a star with a fancy name. Because that'll probably make it a bit more, you know, more believable than Wally.
Well, this evening's been fun. This week has been phenomenal, Bev. Thank you. I've got to run, but I will catch y'all later.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kevin. I'll see you later.
Later, Kevin.
Over the weekend. Yeah, if anybody does want to come into the Discord, we're still open. Pop on in. Oh, Rob Keane, are we ready to go and watch a car? Are we?
Yeah, can we get Kevin back?
He's just left, I think.
Well, all I was going to say is I got shysted. I got a car behind me. I can't actually take it for a drive today. But I was just going to show you guys that for being an almost 100-year-old car, how fast this thing starts. So I was just going to do a little screen share here for a minute.
Yeah. I'm ready on it.
So just give me 1 sec here. I think... I really wish Kevin was here, though. All right, that. And then what I'll do is I'll open it up here.
Nice.
You guys see that? Yeah, sort of see that.
Nice, brother. Nice.
There. Okay. Watch this.
Wham!
I would drive it, but I got a car behind me. I'm not allowed to move yet. Sorry. But it's done. I even put it all back together. He's missing the carpet on the floor there, but it's all put back together. Horn works. It's a beautiful thing. I'm happy. Thanks, guys.
Well done.
Yeah.
True professional. Well done, bro.
Beautiful. Did you ever see his little van? Well, not his little van. The decked out with the speakers and everything. Disco truck. Yeah.
Yeah. That was awesome.
You guys don't even know. I've done so many crazy things here. I got a big job sitting outside. You know what a Range Rover is?
Yeah.
I got a Range Rover Sport that I'm putting probably about a $20,000 stereo into over the next couple days. People got more money than brains these days. Crazy. Anyways, that's gonna do it for me today.
Thank
you very much. I appreciate all you guys.
Yeah, cheers, Rob. So what's the consensus on keeping Wally around then? I'm not too sure.
It's going to be detrimental to his health, but he's coming here on his own, so I don't know.
think, I mean, I know it's Free for All Friday, right? So, yeah, I don't mind it nights like this, but I think I want to get away from that ridiculous, just sort of, I don't know, they're trying to tease you into a conversation that is a meaningless conversation. There is no argument from them, and it just goes nowhere. I don't know. He is obsessed, though, so I don't know what will happen if he doesn't have an outlet.
Yeah, he needs his globe. He needs his belief. And it's fine.
Yeah. And there are people like that everywhere, right? But I'm not too sure how many people have somebody so obsessed following you around. I don't know whether that's normal or not. I don't know.
He does tend to do that. He tends to comment. Even in the YouTube, if I post something, Wally will have like a good 5-6 posts easy.
Does he comment on your videos too, Essie?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, so he has to comment on everybody's videos.
Maybe he's like the man down under, the globe, the globe reporter.
They try and incorporate all of the stuff that we talk about and sort of mirror it back, but with zero understanding of what they're talking about.
Yeah, they globicized everything. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to have an outlet for them to push their model on what they perceive is a threat. But we are just talking about reality, and supposedly the globe is reality. So it's really strange that people like Wally want to push against reality with no offering of anything of any difference. That's the strange part.
He is learning, though. See, he said ECV.
Yeah.
He's learning.
He's trying to lift my ECV, though. But
They do it
can't
on
say
purpose.
what it is.
They do it on purpose anyway.
Yeah.
They'll take whatever words, whatever we discuss, they'll take it and try and flip it. So
Yeah.
it's like they've been the ones talking about it.
They came up with it. Yeah, yeah. That's what they do. Yeah. Existential, cognitive, veiling, for those that are unaware.
And that just doesn't mean Wally trying to talk about his rocket and you not wanting to talk about Wally's rocket. That's not the idea of ECV, in case anybody's looking at it. The reason is that Wally's done a picture where he's bent a horizontal, and Wally doesn't want to talk about the bent horizontal in his picture. He wants to talk about a rocket. That's the ECV that we like to talk about, but Wally's not. He doesn't have the ability to talk about why these bent horizontals in pictures many times.
It's easier to talk about the imagination.
Yeah, that divided line that we went over, that's groundbreaking. Kevlar, thank you very much, Slav. Kevlar! It says pigeons are mythical creatures.
Mystical.
Tis globe. Mystical, yeah.
Tis globe.
Thank you very much, Kev. Yeah, we had the divided line and showed you the visible and the images, which we did have a good conversation about images and what's real and what isn't, as far as images and the mind's concerned, what you take on trust and faith. And then the actual proofs are beyond that. They come from a different place, not visible. There's a thought process that mathematicalizes things that ends up giving you the form of the proof, the good. These guys are talking about images.
Yeah, but they're now talking about telescope sizes.
Oh, what?
Yes.
Girth or length? Which one are we?
I don't particularly
Dish
want to ask.
size?
Stefan has got 3.
Nice. I've got one here.
3 telescopes?
I've got one here.
No way.
It's rubbish. I've got a camera that's much better. P1000. But I'm not a proper stargazer. I mean, I've never measured an angle to one of them. Does it measure angles, telescopes? Is a telescope an angle measuring device? I'm not too sure.
That's not what it says in the instruction manual.
Oh, I'm making myself a brew.
Yeah, so this is their fantasy. This is what they're told. This is what they believe. And that's it. There's no turning back. There's no logical thinking. There's no critical thinking. Just like those 6 super galaxies they found, they're going to believe them. They're going to incorporate them into the model, even though it can't be, should have been a child, but they found a teenager, they're going to incorporate it and believe it. That's his globe. Not an ounce of critical thinking. Just accept what you've been told. Just like the center of the globe stopped spinning one way, and now it's going to spin the other way. And they're going to say, yeah, that's what happened.
Can a telescope take videos or photographs?
Well, you can hook up a thing to do both.
I know, no, I know.
is better at taking pictures,
yeah.
I must say, yes.
Mhm.
For me, that's what I was meaning, Stefan. Yeah. P1000 is definitely better than a telescope for taking pictures and video.
That's a good telescope if he has a 10-inch Dobsonian. That's very good. Let's see what you got. You got any pictures? You got anything?
I think he's been told not to actually come into the Discord. I think all of them have been told never to come into the Discord. Only into the text chat trolls on YouTube. He's measured angles, I think, with his telescope.
Instead of looking at stars, he's measuring angles. Why didn't he just buy a theodolite? Saved a lot of money. Or couldn't he have used the sextant? Wants to measure angles? That's pretty cheap, no? That telescope must have sent them back a few $1,000s easy.
Blue says, I mean, he's quite right as well. Comparing a camera like a P1000 to a decent telescope is like comparing a pocket knife to a howitzer. But taking videos and pictures, I would agree. A telescope is fucking useless. I've got a telescope here. We got rid of it. It's no good. My son didn't like it. We went with the P1000. Tis Globe. Mike Dornan. Tis Globe. P1000s are better than telescopes at taking pictures.
So they look in the sky, they see something, they declare a distance, and then they declare what it's made out of. And you must believe.
Yeah. Measured an angle. Stefan measured an angle of 0.15 of a arc second.
And I can tell you how far it is.
It's good evidence for distance.
Yeah.
Evacuate. What you do is you state something, and then you make a vacuous statement following it that has no relevance to the actual statement that you just made in the first place, and then say, "It's globe." That's how you do it. You can try it too. We'll be putting out the formula for doing this. I see. I have this thing where I only talk of what I know, and my son has two P1000s.
No one is questioning the accuracy of no one's comparing the accuracy of a P1000 to a telescope, Blue.
Yeah, but
Be
now
serious.
Blue's saying you can strap a multi-1,000-pound camera to the telescope, and that'd be better than a P1000.
For viewing distant objects, yeah, obviously. It's a telescope.
Yeah, my son's took. I think we've got the largest collection of Fata Morgana sunsets on the internet, which proves that horizontals are parallel to each other on the horizon. The horizon is horizontal, obviously, and the Fata Morgana band is parallel to that. It's the only way it could be. Because of the way fluids act. Known physics. So yeah, so we've got that, and now as far as I know, telescopes can't do that, can they? I don't think anybody's ever photographed a Fata Morgana sunset with a telescope. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Don't know many people that have done it with a camera. Actually, I do. I know my son. And me, I did one as well.
But G900 or 1000, they have a telescope built in, I think. Some kind of telescope. Or not. Because I don't know this type of...
Yeah, it's got... Well, I mean, once you zoom, use the lens, yeah, it's got a pretty good high magnification. The problem with telescopes are they're fixed. You've got like a pretty narrow field of view, where a P1000 you can get a greater field of view and do like time lapses of star.
Yeah, and the camera and lens that Blue is trying to bring up here, just the lens could cost you like $30,000. So let's be clear on what Blue's talking about here. We're talking about a nice $1,000 camera that can do miracles for the money. Even the P900. But of course, you cannot be comparing them to.
No, we started off by saying that a P1000 was better than a telescope for taking pictures.
Yeah, pictures. That's all you said.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep.
And now Blue's saying, well, if you fit a camera to a telescope, like a 1,000-pound camera, thousands of pounds cameras to a thousands of pounds telescope, and I'm pointing out that you would still not be able to take a video of a Fata Morgana sunset, because you don't do that with telescopes. Or a star trail. Has anybody ever done star trails with the telescope? I don't think they do they?
That would be a
I know the
trick.
P900 and the P1000 have an option for that.
Yes, and we've done it. We did it ages ago, didn't we? We did it years ago. We've got loads of them. We were saying how lucky we are at this sort of time, 2020. You get a chance to have a camera that can take time lapses, star trails. Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever seen that sort of thing, though. Anomalies, lights switching on and off again. There's all sorts of weird things to be seen that you wouldn't have ever have had chance of doing that sort of stuff in the past. Now it's at the hands of us. Loads of us can do loads of fantastic things with cameras and telescopes as well. Have you done star trails with a telescope, Blue? I mean, you're finding it funny, but I mean, that was the statement. Don't think anybody's doing star trails with a telescope. So for that one, again, it looks like the P1000 wins. It's better than the telescope at taking star trails. Yeah, so there you go, Stefan. Yes, okay, thank you very much. The P1000 is once again better than the telescope at taking sunsets of Fatima Morganas. Again, like, it looks like the P1000 is better at more things than a telescope. Thank you very much. P1000 winner. And it's just a camera, right, that you can put in the hands of people. I mean, they do cost a lot.
Different devices used for different things. Very simple.
Yeah. I like the P1000. It gave my son the chance to become a photographer, right? It inspired him to want to become a photographer. So I'm never going to knock the P1000. Now, would my son be better off with another Nikon camera? Perhaps, yes. But we will continue to like the P1000. There's no other camera that can do what the P1000 does. It's a bit big, but it's one hell of a camera. Blue Marble wants to do a star trail off. Have you done a star trail, Blue? Any? You should do a video about it, Blue. Doing star trails with your camera.
Uh-oh, the Lumix.
Yeah.
The Lumix versus the Nikon. Wow.
That'd be good, that, to do some star trails. What do you think it'd prove? Nothing. But it would be good to get Blue out and doing a bit of stuff and put it on your channel, Blue. Like, you know, doing stuff. You're getting out there, doing things. Show your fans that you can actually get out there and do something. Compete. Looking up at the stars. Well, at least it's something. You get out there. Everybody's done star trails, says Blue. Has everybody done star trails? I know we have.
Not me.
No, you haven't. SE has.
Haven't done it yet. No, I ain't leaving my camera out.
Okay. SE's not
Till
done
I
it
find
either.
a safe place. Yeah.
Emma? I don't think Emma's done star trails yet. She can't find the setting. I think Turnup's done them.
What's the big deal? You put the camera out and you press a button.
Blue's,
What's the big
Blue's
deal?
made a claim that everybody
No, not everybody
has
done it.
done star trails, Bev. You must have done.
Negative.
Blue Marble Science wouldn't lie. When Blue Marble Science says everybody, then That's a blue marble scientific claim. He wouldn't lie. I have. We have. I left it out. It gets very wet.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon nobody's done it. You don't realise like the ability that you have that comes with these cameras. There's a lot of people that have got the camera and never actually thought of doing any of these sort of things. Time lapses and, you know. I find...
You know what I've done though? I've made my own solar filter. Very easy. By the film. And you can do a lot of things. You can view the sun, moon, the planets, to a certain extent. It's a lot of fun, those cameras. And I hear the 950 has 4K now. So
Yeah.
you don't have to buy the bulky 1000. Yeah.
Yeah, it's mainly, I think it's the tripod that you have to get for the P1000. Because once you put that lens all the way out, you've got to have a secure frame to stand it on.
Yeah, that's a monster, man. Yeah. Really. Yeah. But worth it. I mean, it's the stuff that you can do with it are amazing.
Yeah, Godzilla's right in the chat. He doesn't need a tripod for his camera to know that it is globe.
Must have some steady hands there.
Yeah, I really do like the P900. I like the, you know, but my son got the P1000 and then the infrared P1000. But you end up spending fucking loads for the tripod. In fact, one of the tripods that we use is the tripod that came with the auto level, the surveying tripod.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
It's that freaking big?
Yeah, and then,
wow.
Then I've got like a video camera head with a handle on it, so he can, you know, pan video shots on that. And then we've got the other one with the fancy P1000. It's got like a fishing rod thing holder at the front to keep the thing on. You have to go to a lot of work with the tripods, with the P1000s. And yeah, you don't. With the P1000, people like look at you as though you're serious photographer or something.
Yeah, once they see that lens, the zoom, what the hell? What's he doing? Come, I'm going to show you something. Oh, look, there's the curve. What?
People, yeah, Stefan and Blue are trying to put us off the P1000s, but guess what? We've already got them. It's not much we're going to do. I'm going to tell you how good they are. And they are absolutely phenomenal cameras.
Absolutely. One of my favorite gadgets. Top 5 for sure. of all gadgets I've ever owned. The
Mhm.
P900, definitely.
Yeah, the ability for you to just point it at the moon or something and say to somebody, "Come and have a look at this." It's way easier than getting a telescope.
Yeah, I filmed an eclipse, a solar eclipse with mine. Yep. All you need is a filter. You can make one. You can buy one for $20, a sheet, cut it in 4, and you have 4 filters. Cost you $5 a piece. That's it. And you're looking at the sun. You're looking at all kinds of things. You're filming sunspots. You're filming the moon. You're filming Jupiter. All these things, we all see the same things.
Into the break. Personally, I wouldn't. If you've got a P900, stick with it. Only get for the optics. I wouldn't say it's much better, to be for the distance you get. If you make an upgrade, it might be worth going to the 4K and getting a 950 for all of that upgrade, but I don't know. The P1000, not only is it an upgrade for the camera, but you're going to need tripod upgrades and all of that shit to go with it.
Yeah, you're better off going for the 950, I would say. Hands down.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting my son a 950 to go with it, but I don't think he needs a 950 because he's got two 1000s. He needs a proper, like a smaller camera to take stuff. But I mean, starting off with a P1000 and the 900 would be, I mean, like a 900, I think, and it'd be cool to have as a spare carry round camera.
Like a pocket camera.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, what time is
they were a lot of fun. It's a blast.
Yeah, to get going out. Did you see us when we went out to the beach? I see.
Yeah, when you did the rod thing.
No, we went out. I think it was a Monday this week. We went out to
this week.
Yeah, we went out to Southport. We went to the new bit of the beach.
No, I think I missed that one.
And we went we got as far away as we could. I've not even been over it. I've not even put the camera in the thing yet to see what it was. But yeah, we're gonna get a straighter shot of the stones. We're gonna go and do a study of perspective, and I think we've got a straighter shot, so we can now look straight down Blackpool seafront with the piers.
Oh, the stones. That's my favorite. I've been saying it from the beginning. We've been saving it. Yeah. Once they get a load of that, I mean, yeah. It's very, very convincing.
So yeah, we've got that. And I think looking at the beach as well, there's a nice straighter, set to do the tests on it. I reckon that we could probably get a mile in perspective to watch me. We could take you guys over the bit to show you how straight it is.
Yeah, that would be nice because it's very clear. Those stones come out very, very clear, and we know the exact height. We know the exact elevation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can see the exact elevation of the beach that we're coming from as well. So should be good. It looks nice,
Is it me breaking up or Bev?
Not me. Uh-oh.
That was Bev.
Is it you lot are breaking up as well?
That's Bev breaking up.
Sounds like it's you lot to me. Let me just.
Yeah, that's definitely Bev
I'll
break.
leave and come back again. Says connecting, taking a while. Discord's playing up. It's a good camera. You can't take it away from Nikon for doing that. How are we doing? Am I back again?
Yep.
Did take a while for it to load back up again.
You sound a little distant. Are you far away from the mic?
Not really, but
Now you're good. Now you're good.
well, mainly when I'm talking about the P1000, it was the camera that I got from my son that he used on the Bedford Canal when he was doing the filming of what Rowbotham would do, 8 inches above Bedford Canal. That was the first thing my son did with the P1000, and it was definitely the best camera for that job. Then we went to go and film Fata Morgana, and had we not have had the P1000 and been there, we would never have filmed a Fata Morgana. Meant to be a once-in-a-lifetime phenomena, but we've since filmed 5 of them. With the P1000, we wouldn't have been able to do it. We wouldn't have been able to film them had we not had the P1000.
And you got the flash a couple of times, the green flash.
Mm-hmm.
How many people can say that? With their telescope or without, or with any camera, for that matter.
First ever, I think, filmed dual normal and infrared Fata Morgana sunset. Nobody else has ever done that, as far as I'm aware.
Yep, some people talk, other people do.
And all of this done on globe. The glorious globe. The real globe, obviously, because we did it in reality. So it must be, it has to be on the globe. 'Tis globe. It has to be. I think we can get anybody to agree with that. Everybody knows that.
Were you sent any invitations to join the club or anything like that?
No, I'm waiting for the NASA paycheck to come. Have I got a surprise for them? But I'll wait. I'll wait until the 33 guys come knocking. The book deal will be coming in.
Yeah. Next is the book.
Jose did Fata Morgana sunsets years ago, Blue Marble says. That's cool. He never said anything about it. Must have been in private circles. But well done, Jose. Stefan and Wally are having they've had Stefan's propped up Wally's rocket a bit earlier on, and now look at him. Small talk. Hit me up in DMs. It's like a get together, you know. Should we really have our chat as a meet and greet?
It's free for all Friday.
Yeah.
Let them play with the
Yeah,
rockets.
I don't
and
want it to
stuff.
be a dating, you know, I don't want to turn it into a dating chat.
Are they getting fresh?
Yeah. Yeah, they're going into a private room and all sorts. Yeah, that's the one. Let me put it in the... Okay.
Yeah, that's a nice one now.
And it was, it's got special Buster music on this. Put it in the chat for you if anybody wants to see it. This is the Fata Morgana sunset with Buster live music. It was I think he freestyled it, didn't he? He watched the video, made some music to go with it, so that's a specific piece for that actual sunset. Buster specific. They are two different cameras, P1000s, filming the same sunset. One of them's an infrared and the other one is standard P1000. Just the usual P1000 and the infrared P1000. I think it's pretty unique to have two P1000s side by side, but to film a Fata Morgana sunset in both of them.
Probably never been done before.
Mm-hmm. And with the Isle of Man, 80 odd miles away, upside down. Should really send that to Nikon P1000. I bet that would be a good sales pitch for him. So if,
Yeah, you should, just as is. It's on the title and everything. Yeah.
it does have an ME UK level Discord as well, so that's maybe a good one, that. Wonder whether I knew something was going on there at that time or not.
For the money, that you will not get an equivalent zoom like that. No chance. No chance. That's why they're selling so many of them. I mean, it's not the best camera to take pictures with, right? But for this purpose, for zooming in, there's nothing like it. Nothing. For the money, that is.
Yeah. Flat fact, you'll have to watch it. The infrared doesn't take too well for filming the sun. There's a bleed. There's something wrong with it, and my son, you can't even really get a picture of the moon. It just doesn't. It doesn't work. There's perhaps we can look into it, see what's going on, but yeah, the infrared does pretty weird. And Blue, I don't know what you're talking about, an odd mile. I know a mile is a mile, it's a length, it's a distance length, a straight line distance length, a mile. An odd mile, probably, Blue, like an odd number, 3, 5. 7. Straight line distances, though, mainly. I think I see a new person in the chat. Looks familiar. The old avatar. I bet people have seen many trolls in this game. God brings it up. I think. How many do you reckon there is, Gods? You know, when you think about the hardcore ones, they must have hundreds of accounts, but they're pretty much the same person. Don't think there's that many of them. They just have multiple accounts. They change the names. Same person, different name. Particularly here as well. We literally don't have that many of them. Name is Mud. It almost sounds like a troll thing, but I don't know, you may have a genuine.
Oh, he was an officer? Ooh.
But Mud's a nickname. But like
Too many people from military for me. Definitely.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
If your name is Mud, what does that mean? Do you guys have that in America?
Means maybe his nickname.
Yeah, I know, but do you know what that means when your name is Mud?
Not really, no.
I think it means that your name is worthless. Smeared.
Ooh.
It's full of shit.
That's not good.
I know. Took it on. That's why I think, you know, like these people have text chat trolls seem to have a troll name and a name that says Mud. Yeah, it means no good around here. Yeah, unicorn. It's not good. But for you to take that and say that that was I'm proud of it.
It is kind of a weird name if you think of it like that. Or another name like Doofus. Who would choose a name like Doofus, for example?
A troll.
Yeah.
Literal. Because then they can always say, well, you called me Mud. You said my name was Mud. And, you called me Doofus. Called me Wally.
That's your name.
Called me a Wally. Yeah, that's what they do, though. Snowflakes have got very ingenious now of becoming a victim. You know, like, there is a guy, right, that calls himself Blue Marble Science. And then when you start mentioning about Blue Marble scientists, he says it's fictional, it's mythical. You've just made it up. And you're sort of smearing his name by using it in a different way. So they get very inventive.
Or you name yourself Negator. You negate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that they all have names, right? The named people within the arena all have specific names. Obvious one to go to would be the Rumpus, right?
Yeah, that's the top one. Yeah.
See
The
if I've got
Rumpus.
another one. Who else was there? Oh, Sleeping Warrior.
That's another good one. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're asleep, waiting for the war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a sleeper agent. And 10th Man, there's another one.
Yeah, that comes from Israeli intelligence, by the way. 10th Man. Yep.
Gem Panda.
What the hell is a panda?
You wouldn't want to know. Seriously.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
This is not just panda as like this animal.
That's what I was thinking, but Bev seems to be insinuating something totally different.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe my English is too poor to understand these nuances. I don't know.
Yeah, they've all got names for a specific reason, I think. All of the trolls, anyway.
Their main job is trolling, yes, for years, and they are doing for years. And I don't know if they are doing it for free. It means that they are really mental.
Yeah. Well, when I think of it, the journey that I've come on, in no way am I the same as I was when I first came into this. I'm a lot wiser to the tricks within the Flat Earth Society, right? Right or wrong, whatever. But, you know, I have learned many things. I've watched many different situations, and I've watched the cycle repeat many times, the same cycle over and over. So for me, anybody else that's been in this that hasn't seen the cycle and hasn't been aware and made any progress within what they're doing in this arena, I don't know how to help anybody get out of it. It's almost as though they're in it to enjoy it, to keep it going, to feed it. The conversation has to be had, but I think we've been saying for a bit, I'm not too sure how many new people are coming in, and the conversations that are being had have already been had hundreds and thousands of times already between the same people. I don't know whether there's any progress.
If opponent cannot concede obvious things, so there is no progress, yes.
Yeah, it's very tedious. It's basically reality versus Wikipedia, broken down simply.
Yeah, you have to be able to see this for what it is. And it's a self-serving cycle of people feeding each other and then coming up with new. I always said, or I've said recently, that the progression of what we've seen is the blue marble scientific method comes around and goes into action when you show them a contradiction, right? You point out there's a bit of a problem. And then what they do is they team up together to justify that problem and say, well, his globe and end up ridiculing the person that pointed out the problem. And this happens from everyone. Whenever anybody brings up any of these points, it just gets obfuscated and taken out of the arena.
Yep. Even the point I brought up today, that comes from their paradigm, right? I haven't seen any of them commented yet. Maybe they haven't heard of it, it's new to them. But wait, they're going to come up with exactly what you said. Watch and see. Even when it's their own results and their own paradigm.
Yeah, that one video we had yesterday was them making up a radius of a square. Literally. Nobody else has ever done that before, but these guys just make up a radius of a square out of nowhere and accept you, think that you should be accepting it because they've just made it up. When things like that happen, you have to just leave them alone. You know that you're not going to get anywhere. And when I stopped going into these other rooms, that was a regular thing. Now, those people that were doing that, they're still in there practicing sophistry. Even though it's obvious sophistry, they accept it. Because it's scripted. Everything within these arenas, the whole thing, scripted. Has to be. You can't convince people of a contradictory model unless you script everything within it. The thing I have to realize or wake up to is that could my actions be scripted? How do you make sure that you've not been led into this thing? Thank you very much, Into the Break. For Patreon member. Thank you very much. To come into the Discord. This is where it all happens in the Discord. There's much better conversations occur in Discord, especially over the weekend as well. Pop in. Please do. Anybody, if you want to come in, have a conversation about stuff. I was saying to somebody on Twitter earlier, I'm keen to know how people have managed to drop the model. Me personally, I lost my the model when I was really young, but I'm keen to know how easy or hard it is for people to drop a model and face up to reality. I know most people, I personally think most people can't get rid of it because it's put in at childhood. But whether there are methods for you to gain trust or whatever. What's the sort of turning point? How do you learn to take control of yourself, your own thoughts? It's tough stuff. Challenging conversation. That's why we like the philosophy part of it. Yeah, I'd imagine you've got to, it's like ridding demons, that once somebody's put that model in at youth, sorry, even younger than youth, and it gets locked in, gets locked in at a certain age. Everything that you learned before then was already accepted as a truth. So you can't get away from it. Education system's putting shadows on the walls. And you can't get rid of those shadows. Well, obviously there are people that can get rid of the shadows. Interested in knowing how people have done that. Yeah. If you've been given a fake thing to start off with, I mean, I always liken it to the Father Christmas thing. You were never actually told that Father Christmas wasn't real. You came to that conclusion yourself as you grew up. But along with that, you just didn't get any other thing about Tis Globe. It just sits and you make it yourself. The whole entire model is based around reality, but you've got a shadow there.
But still, falsifying Santa is easy. It just happens at a certain age. But how can you falsify this globe? You are not in position to scientifically or by evidence to falsify that. So this is the difference between Santa and globe, that Santa is easily falsified by like 10-year-old at worst child. But as an adult, you still cannot falsify. Let's say average Joe cannot falsify globe. So this is a problem. He holds position that this is science. So if he is not really deep into science, he will not falsify that. He will believe that these scientists tell the truth.
I think the big trick is nobody deals with globe. There is no globe class. There's no globe art. There's no globe anything. Nobody deals with it at all until you're an adult. And then you ask a question. And then at that point, you are dealt with people that we've talked to. The Wallies, the Blue Marble Sciences of the world. And they become the authority on globe. All of a sudden, from nowhere, they've got no training. They've not been through anything special yet. You're expected to know all of these things about globe that you were never taught in school. And then they add on top of that you were expected to know that triangles have more than 180 degrees because it's a necessary consequence of the model that they live on. It's ridiculous. But there's a lot of people, a lot of adults that are out there that aren't aware of their own knowledge and, you know, and they're convinced by people like Blue Marble Science. Stefan's asking, why can't you falsify the globe? Because 'tis globe. It's a first axiom. You can't falsify an axiom.
Yes. Axiom, common notion, everything. We know that this is globe. We can see the globe. I can see many globes here, over there. So no problem. This is common notion. Globe and globes even exist.
Yeah. There's many. 'Tis globe. Could be pointing at one right now when I'm saying that. Captain will bring us some globe. But there is no experts. A guy that names himself Blue Marble Science and has a YouTube channel isn't an expert on globe. A guy called Stefan Mudd that trolls YouTube text channels. He's not an expert on globe. It's more of a philosophy, an understanding that you have to come to, a realization. And it's there for yourself. You construct your own globe. Everyone does. Who's to tell you that your globe isn't the correct globe? Only some dogmatic purist globers. Go on, sorry.
I was just going to say that, I mean, they could be experts of the globe. Since, you know, it's like they're experts in their own mind kind of thing.
Yeah, to themselves. Their globe is... And that's why I think these guys come and look for other people to push their globe on. Because they can't talk to each other about their globes, because they will undoubtedly conflict with each other. There will be something different about each and everybody's globe. Like, do you have triangles?
It's almost like like a marketplace where they're bidding and selling and buying each other's malarkey.
And they're going round waiting for somebody who mentions something that occurs in reality that doesn't occur on their globe model. And then they're going to say, ah, ha, ha, ha. How can you be so stupid to think that X happens in reality when that can't occur on my globe model? And then you end up in a position like we are here with the level being horizontal. They say it can't happen, and we say, but it does happen in reality. It's provable. And they say, well, it can't. We say, that's just your dogmatic globe model. It's 2023. Get with the times. You can't be dealing with Aristophanes measuring sticks and shadows. Get with it. Globjic. 'Tis globe.
It's funny how that thing that you just mentioned with the Eratosthenes, that's like the basis for their monad. Like structurally, like the foundation.
Yeah, and it's an illogical process. It just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
But they don't want to go and look at that. No, it's globe.
Eratosthenes, it was brought here with baby. So what he showed us is a bunch of assumptions. And you can even make circular reasoning with that assumptions. Like if rays are parallel, light rays are parallel, therefore we have verticals divergent. And you can revert that into if we have verticals divergent, therefore we have parallel lines or rays. So in that there are many circular reasonings here and begging the questions. So, and they take that as a proof for something. This is just nonsense and ridiculous, but they are using that. I don't know why.
Well, I've
Into the break. Wait a minute.
Boiled down the. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you're breaking up again. Let me just say, Into the Break says, which as far as I know, probably. What's worse is they only know about Aristophanes because their prophet, Carl Sagan, mentioned him with the bendy card. Everybody's seen that. He has a piece of card that he bends. Well, that's Aristophanes, isn't it? Like, but it's ridiculous. For one, that he uses a card and bends it one way. I mean, how? It's such a magic trick, the whole thing. for him to bring that in and everybody say, "Oh well, yeah, that must work." It's illogical. And like Paper said, so many fucking circular reasoning fallacies built into it.
Well,
Yes, but this is Carl
I don't know if I'm
Sagan,
still
so
breaking up, but
I think you are not now.
Yeah, go on.
well, I was gonna say I've boiled down the globe argument, and I always try to isolate things to its simplest forms, first principles. And anytime I come across somebody saying something, making a claim, and positing their argument as in some sort of structure, I try to structuralize whatever it is they're trying to say. And every time it boils down to, if 'tis globe, 'tis globe. 'Tis globe, therefore 'tis globe. Like every time. So I haven't seen anything new that doesn't start with the premise of the conclusion.
Yes, this is, yes, they start. So Effie Dogma says always, since we live on the globe, and then he is saying
Exactly.
something. So when he's saying
Exactly.
since we, it means that this is his premise. So this premise
given.
cannot,
Yeah.
yes, it's a given, and you cannot have this in conclusion because you are creating circular reasoning. So even if this since we live on the globe was true, it is fallacious reasoning. So you cannot prove anything with that, even if it is true. It would be rejected by every normal logician. That would be circular reasoning. You cannot prove anything with that. You cannot prove
You mean
even true thing.
logician that yeah, a logician that would not resort to circular reasoning.
Yes, that's why this is formal fallacy, and you cannot prove if you use fallacy. Anything else is irrelevant. So you can use true statement for that, and still it would be fallacy. So no proof anyway. But they always use that. So since we live on the globe, or we have, for example, refraction, and in this refraction, it is built-in radius. It means that we can prove radius because we built in a radius into refraction calculator. This is still circular reasoning. So,
well, and that's why, if you pay attention to when they're saying something about their model, it's always either beginning with on a globe XYZ, or XYZ on a globe, or globe. So it's I haven't seen anything that is any different than that.
yes, begging the
I've been
question.
around for a little while, and I still haven't seen anything different.
Yes, but sometimes they are just telling some stories to cover fallacy. So, but still, basically, they are using two: begging the question or circular reasoning, and non sequitur. So the conclusion doesn't follow from premise, but they say that it follows. And so many times they are using to create non sequitur to look like a sequitur. This is stolen concept. This is purpose. Why they use stolen concept? Because people know that from some premises, conclusion is inevitable, and this is this epitheme. You don't need middle term inside syllogism because some things are obvious. So they are trying to replace premise with false premise, but they keep conclusion. So for normal people, it seems that this reasoning seems okay, but people don't recognize that something true is replaced by a model or something like that. So this is basically their trick, what they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really fascinating. Like the just observing all the logical fallacies. It's kind of like a what do you call it? Like a word search game. You know, you try to listen to somebody say their piece and point out all the logical fallacies in it. It's kind of entertaining sometimes.
What's funny is the way they accept them. Once you point them out, they just accept them. It's an accepted fallacy, accepted paradox.
Well, you just don't understand.
Yeah. Shout out Buster, definitely.
Okay, I am off to bed. Good night. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Paper.
Right, Paper.
See you later.
Good night.
Night.
Stefan said in the chat, I mean, we definitely need to give him an award for this. He's measured 2 angles to Polaris, and both of them confirmed his globe. I don't know whether that's individually or together as a pair. You know, I have a brace of Polaris angles. Tis globe. It's like it comes in here like it could be. Do you reckon what's it called when you go to religious buildings and sort of tell your I don't know. I don't even know what it's called. I'm not into that sort of stuff. But
you worship or something, or
yeah, is it like worship? But you sort of hand over offer your gifts to the altar, right?
That's sacrifices, yeah.
Well, no, sacrifices. That's a bit much, but I mean, they could come and
tidings.
Tidings. They could give us
Tidings,
their tidings of their globe proofs, like Stefan's just done. This
like
week,
give a bit of silver to the
like,
church.
Yeah,
Bit of gold.
with the Hail Marys, except like 2 Polaris angle measurements. And stick shadow.
You think they would accept 2 angle measurements as a donation?
Yeah.
Here you go, Father.
Yeah. How many proofs of globe have you done this week?
Oh man, I'm cracking up here.
I've done 2 Polaris angle measurements and saw a shadow of a stick.
2 Polarises and 1
like
Hail
confession.
Shadow.
It's like they're here for confession. They're just hoping for some sort of, what do you call it?
Can I just state as well that No-Rad in the chat there did post a picture of Blue Marble Science. Now, that was obvious parody. That wasn't actually No-Rad trying to take Blue Marble and pretend that Blue Marble Science had took a picture. Do you want to get it? I'll get it back again. See this picture here.
But that's not
photograph? Actually Blue Marble Science, in case anybody thought that it was. Maybe Blue Marble Science thought that No-Rad was trying to
Well, wait,
that
is he
to
saying that it's
mimic.
the science or the guy?
Well, Blue
Kinda
Marble
strange. It's
Science
kind
has
of a
got a
strange name.
YouTube channel named after that, exactly the
Yeah, but
same.
I mean,
There is no spaces in the
that
YouTube
necessarily
channel, though.
couldn't be. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's talking about the guy. It could just be the science called Blue Marble Science.
Yeah, he is looking up, right? So there's every chance that he is actually looking up to the lights in the sky.
What I find striking is
And
the
it said does have an
was that the
equator.
hairstyle in those days? Was that a in style?
That's the equator. There's the
Oh,
northern
man.
hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
Is that Atlantis in the middle? Was that where Atlantis was?
Yeah, that's the break in the ice wall, isn't it? Just to signify.
Too much.
Oh, this is too funny.
Right, what time are we at? Midnight. I think we've about run into the end of this. We have got some good stuff going on, but that's in the Discord. The this measuring, adding up angles that seems to be going on at the minute for proof of globe or proof of flat competition has taught us a few things. We'll probably be going over them in the chat, but there are of no use for us to talk about out here. That would be giving the game away a little bit. So I think everybody okay? Final words. I cue a Buster up.
Yeah, I got some final words, but I'll save it till after you finish the show.
Yeah. Okay, what did we have? I think hopefully the insane ones will work. This might take us. Join us again on Monday, Model Affliction Monday. Maybe changing up a little bit, but we will be pointing out fallacies and whatnot. But going along with the Model Affliction Monday sort of thing, Model Affliction Blues, we're going to start giving people the epohe, a way to come to peace with Tis Globe. Just accept it. Unicorn Laser Eyes. Final words from Unicorn Laser Eyes is Tis Globe. I've converted many more people than the Globers have done in the last however long. Some hardcore people as well. So thank you very much for joining the real Globe here at On the Level, where we have proofs to go with our globe. So thank you. Join us on Monday. And be at peace with your monad, whatever shape it may be.
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this. I'm fucking giving it up. I don't I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but it's fucking something, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments, so I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams, or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? My most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit
You'll never back your claims.
like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on immovable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Straight lines converging distance.
Fucking asshole.
Why do I get so much resistance? I know.
Fucking talking
You'll
shit.
never prove me wrong.
Right the fuck now. God damn it, fucker.
Now we get our physics deniers. Pathologic compulsive lies. I know. You'll never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole. Motherfucker.
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit.
We all know you're insane.
God damn it. I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. We think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit. Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit.
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez. And I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking asshole.